Started the stream. Let's see how we're doing. Let's start the stream here as well. I should share this. Welcome everybody. It's Friday. Did trade the news or trade the reaction. That's really the key. That's what you need to do. So as you can see, we're up about 5,500 right now. We'll see if this trade continues to run or will this trade kind of bomb out here. Been doing some good trading here in the pre-market. Did have a news event this morning, so we'll see if this continues to run. Like I said, if we look at got our trailing stops in, we'll see. Up about 5,700. Like to be, probably should take some of that off there just to maximize some of that profit, but we'll see how it's going. This time I'm fine just getting taken out and trailing stops. Give it plenty of room to maybe move up. See if we can end the day definitely on the upside. There we go. Starting to move a little bit. That's what we want to see. Market's about to open in, what do we say? 7 minutes, 6 minutes. Nice if we could stay in this trade for a little bit longer, obviously. Test some of the highs from yesterday. I don't know why it takes forever to save this thing.
Stop filled.
I got knocked out of some. There we go. Starting to pull back.
Stop filled.
Gonna test the day open there. Got knocked out some of that. Just up 2,600. Wait, what are we on? 82648. Yeah, we have that there. Yeah, it's gonna probably pull back further. Little bastard. It'd take me out purposely, aren't you? As soon as I said I should have maximized the profit, what did it do? It ripped down. See if it holds the RDA here. Chart 2. Chart 2 RDA. Boom. Not sure what we want to do after this. We'll have to look at the 4-chart setup. NG really moved. Really had a move. And it sold off pretty hardcore. That was a pretty nice move. I did not get to catch all of it. Yeah, I'm finally trading some size. Finally. Getting into my zone. What was I going to do? I was going to do something. Can't remember what it was. Something exciting. I don't know. Let's see if it holds the day open. That's the previous day open, I believe. No, that's the NQ open. So that is the NQ open. Let's see if it holds that. Yeah. All right, let me share this out to the Discord and the Telegrams and all the other stuff that we're sharing out to. Been very patient with this move here. And I took some along the way, obviously. I don't know about obviously, but that's the way we trade around these parts. I am in active trading, so we're in, we also are in audio in Discord. Here we go. Bam. It's another great trading day. Typically I don't trade the open, so I trade 5 minutes after the open, so we'll see how that's doing. See if we can Twitter. Guess I'll share this on Twitter. What's going on with Coinbase today? I saw something on Coinbase. Well, I had 6,100 open profit, not anymore. Looks like they're trying to take out Crowder. Dude kind of made himself a target, though. That's his own fault. All right. Let's see what the market... Let's go around the market here. We've already done our pre-market. Should have done your pre-market as well, but we can look at the pre-market. Let's see what the pre-market's going to tell us. So we can see here, looks like it's going to be a gap up day. Look at the daily. Gap up. I've been saying this for a long time. The target, once it held the RDA, which it didn't even test the RDA, once it held that, target is this August 2022 high level. And then we've got our RDA projection area and then our 4-day gap zone up here. So, you know, if I was a Bloomberg announcer, I'd be saying it's a risk-on environment. Whatever the hell that means. Trading the single best trade system on the planet. So, market's about to open in, well, it just opened. Let's see where it opened at. Where did it open at? Come on, open. Where you at, man? Boom, look at that. Gap up. Now, oh, gap down. My bad. Gap down. Ooh, that's not good. Guess I wasn't reading the type. See if it can gap up or close the gap, get above the high there, keep moving. Well, we're in 8 lots. Sorry, I'm not showing my trade. I apologize. There we are. We're up about 5 grand now. CL, let's look at CL. Well, CL, we will be defining our levels. So, and if you're in Discord, number one, if you're just joining me, you'll definitely want to join Discord. Down below. If you have any questions in TradingView. Are you a chartist, day trader? Do you trade crypto? Do you trade confirmation? Preempt the trade? What's your view on the market at the moment? Thanks, Foxes. I'll give you a full overview. The system I trade is system I developed called the Rexdog trade
Stop
system.
filled.
I trade only charts. I don't trade any fundamentals, and I trade pretty much every market. Been trading since 2016, profitable since 2018. And, well, we got knocked out of all that stuff. We're up about, I don't know, 9 grand for the day. So not bad. So I'll be sharing my P&L here in a little bit. Let's see what we're going to do here. Didn't want to get knocked out of that, but, you know, it is what it is. Let's see if we can get a little aggressive with the market here on the open. Let's play with the market a little bit. Don't suggest anybody play with the market.
Order filled.
We'll see if we can get a little aggressive there. Looks like it's going to move up. Could be wrong. Yeah, I think I'm wrong. Yeah. All right, we'll give it. If this doesn't work out, we'll give it a little bit of a second here. Yeah. So the system I trade is a predictive. We trade at high reaction areas. Risk is built in because we trade at high reaction areas. I'm an aggressive trader, but I trade everything. So I trade crypto. I started in Forex, and then, well, Forex and crypto, and then kind of bled over to futures. I trade equities. I swing trade equities. Do some option stuff. Primarily, though, I focus on futures. I think futures is the best product for someone to trade, to build their wealth in trading and then expand to other things. Obviously, with the pattern day trading rule and stuff, I mean, I just think it's crazy to day trade stocks, to tell you the truth, because you got to have a scanner. You got to find one that has some kind of sentiment and has some kind of inciting action or has some kind of news behind it or something.
Stop filled.
So you got to find the stocks that are going to move. And then, you know, you got to have more capital. And then also shorting it, you got to worry about float and all that other stuff. Like futures, to me, futures guaranteed to move every single day. And then if you have a system like ours that pretty much trades momentum, it's an always in system. So if the market's moving, we're moving with it. We don't care. We're agnostic to the direction. I don't care which way it goes. We make money on the way up or the way down. We just want to be with momentum. So the system we trade is a momentum trading system. As far as the market, it's obvious. Well, right now the market is pretty much, what is the, I think we're momentum long, I believe. Let's look at the daily. I don't trade the first 5 minutes. All right, so we got our zone already pre-marked right here. That's our zone that we're looking for. I'm still, we're in this range. We've been in this range for a while, but this indicator here, the yellow one, is what's called the RDA. It's our bias indicator. It tells us whether or not we should be long or short or have a long or short bias. Price is above it, and then this is a free indicator on TradingView, by the way. It's called the Rex Dog Average. Many people discount it because it's so simple, but it's actually pretty powerful. And then we have our momentum indicator. So pretty much we're momentum long. I'm looking for, we do trade also what's called the 4-chart layout. It's a combination of time and tick charts. It's kind of a superpower in trading. So I don't know if that's, did I go too fast, or did I send too much your way? Thanks for the comment, by the way. Yeah, I'm a straight up chart trader. I don't see any reason why you need to do fundamental analysis. The chart tells you the fundamentals. There's no reason to do any fundamental analysis. So that's my opinion, obviously. Well, of course I said it, so. All right, so it's playing with the day open. Let's see what the NDX, really the NDX probably could sell off. So I think we just
Order filled.
do an initial sell, but we don't get too aggressive here. So I'm going to scale in here on the NQ. Yeah, as I kind of ease into the day, I kind of slow down a little bit. Obviously the market just opened, so 5 minutes in. Now this first position isn't, I'm chasing the trade there a little bit. We do have a level right at 180 on the NQ. Let's see what we have on CL. So CL, we've got a sell opportunity possibly on CL oil. We got a strong level right around 75 spot 40. So that would be somewhere we would probably want to look to enter a trade. So let's put one lot there, make us aware that we want to be in the trade, and then maybe we'll scale in from that point and forward. I'll put in a protective stop above that. Right there, bam, that's our CL trade. I read because I have it. Did you just contact me to buy your book? Seriously, dude? I'm selling it to fund my trading account. It's a very deep book. Dude, you contacted me to try to sell me a book. Okay. Whatever, man. Like, you didn't even, like, ease into it. Like, he said, hey, good to meet you. Hey, hope you're doing okay. Yeah, good day trading. That's awesome. I reached out because I have a trading book that I thought you'd like. I'm selling it to fund my trading account. Buy it. Didn't even try to, like, hug me or, like kind of lube me up first. Just, like, said, hey, buy my book. Yeah. I mean, I can show you the DM, but I don't want to call the dude out. It's just, you get to some weird stuff in trading. It's why I love trading, though. Trading is, full of a bunch of nuts, crazy people, insane people, because it's really the only people that can make it in trading. You got to have somewhat of a, number one, you got to walk your own path, right? I shared this, thanks. I don't know if you're trolling me, Just Options, or you really think I'm funny. No, I shared this today, and I'll share it here just publicly for anybody that needs to hear it. And I mean it. So if we go to the general on Discord. So if you haven't joined Discord, it's where you want to join. It's where you get where. So here's what we're going to start the day with today. All right, number one, we've got our NG trade. I'm not quite sure on the NG trade. We probably should sell that. Gold, I'm watching gold. I really want to sell gold. But we're going to look at the daily. We're going to do some higher time frame analysis on gold. I have my 10-year idea out there that we'll look at, but I'd really like to sell gold, I think, but we're gonna have to watch it. Exactly. He could have softened me up a little bit, like, eased into it, or do a little mystery around it. Like say something like, "Hey, do you like to read books? I mean, what's the best? A good. Hey, what's your name? I don't know your. Well, I'm not gonna call you out, man. But his first name is King, or he has King in his name. So what I would suggest you try is like ask questions. There's a book called Questions Based Selling. It's a really good book. And if you actually start with questions, I might have actually bought your book. Meaning that if you would have asked me questions and led me to you want to make it a mystery, right? So if you would have started with some questions, engaged me in conversation, I might have even pushed out your book and said to my group and said, hey, this dude just shared his book. It looks pretty cool, but the approach you took was just lazy. So, I can't respect the game. All right. So we're short. We don't know if this is going to sell off here. King Kong. As you can tell, so for those that don't know, I get treatment every 2 weeks because I have a terminal disease, which sucks. So I didn't sleep much last night, but I feel better as far as my body and my brain. So I'm excited to at least focus on trading here and actually pull some capital from the market, a decent amount of capital today. I'm talking, I want to get up to 20 today at least. Yeah, we're not promised anything, but, I plan to live another 10 to 20 years. I don't know what the cancer's going to do. It's going to try to take me out, but I'll take it out. So here's what I'm going to share. All right, for anybody that needs to hear this, all right, you have to connect with your why, all right? You must connect with your why because just about everybody else isn't going to believe that you're going to be an elite trader. The market is going to put up a fight until it realizes you're not going to give up. And you need to realize you're not outside of the market. You are, I read this in a book. I don't know whose book, but I really resonate with it. You often think that you're outside of the market. You need to start thinking of yourself as a participant in the market. You participate in the market. You're a speculator. The opportunity you have for you, just think 100 years ago, you didn't have this opportunity. 30 years ago, you didn't have this opportunity. Whoa. I started with 300,000. Now I'm down to 15,000 after 1 year and 8 months. Oh, wow. That's gotta hurt, man. Yeah. So what's your plan? I'd love to hear what your plan is and how you're gonna get back and double that 300,000. That's what I'd like to hear. What is your plan to double that 300,000 from your 15K right now? So the last thing I'll end is you're a participant in the market. You're not outside of the market. Focus on your system. Trade it with conviction. You should always have a number one thing that you're working on every single day. We've got a level check here on the NQ, so we're probably going to reverse this position here. We're reversing a little bit early. A little bit aggressive on that reversal, but we'll see how that's going. Ooh, look at that sell off. Yeah. What choice do you have? I'm sure you made a lot of mistakes along the way, right? So don't double the mistakes. And then, to me, if I was in your situation, I'd be saying, okay, I'm still in the game. I still got capital, right? So then it's like, okay, how do I double my? Not even like, how do I hit that million, right? How do I double my 300K? You're still in the game, but what I would probably caution you with is that, and you probably already realize this, you got to protect that capital at all costs. That's the name of the game. My stream ended? No, it should still be going. This guy? You mean me? I'm still here. All right. Oh, let me check YouTube. And let's see. Sorry if I didn't check YouTube before. Oh, whoa. All right. NQ trying to hold the day. Nothing to see here. Are you still assessing or have you taken action? What do you mean by taking action? Stocks are a joke. People have came to the same conclusion why they are. Remove fees for them. Hedge funds need to buy full price for futures contracts, which is like 200K. Yeah, I mean, I still think that there's opportunity in equities. I mean, I still, like I swing trade equities. But Stephen King made a trading book. Yeah. I mean, that dude is a machine, though. Stephen King, as far as writing books. But yeah, he did. That's it. So he gave up on Twitter, trolling on Twitter, and he decided that I'm going to write a trading book. I'm long here, but this level check isn't holding up. So we'll give it a little bit more room. We'll scale in down to 160. And then we'll either cut that trade or we'll see what's going to go down. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I mean, it'll be an interesting story. You know, I know real traders in real life that have, I know one that's lost 4 fortunes and made it back. It's just the way he's built. He's just built that way. I mean, he just, you know, he's a little, I'm an aggressive trader, but he's a super aggressive trader. You know, and there's if you know some of the guys from the pits, there's stories just like, you know, I'm not trying to give you false hope, so don't take it that way, because I'm not the rah false hope type of dude, so I don't do that. But you know, are you talking about me? Will I get a notification? But you know, I'm not the rah type of guy. Of like, I'm not a false hope. Jeez, what the heck happened? We're getting some weird latency here. Let me check my connection. Yeah, we're all good. I don't know what's going on. Vanity, I don't think I've seen you before, so welcome to the stream. And then same with Just Options. I know you're new. And then I see good connections everywhere. Look at that CL trade. All right, let's go around the market. Let's see where our strong levels are. So we're at a strong level right now on the NQ. We've got another strong level to the upside. So that would be the resistance is at right around 231. So 13,231. We're in 2 lots here, so we're relatively small size here. I am live in Discord, so we are live there as well. Any questions you have, I will do some technical analysis on some stuff here in a little bit. All right, let's see if we can, looks like we got a shift in momentum. So we'll see if we can get picked up on this level check, maybe a double level check here. So the NQ. I don't see any other opportunity in gold. Well, gold might be a sell-off or sell opportunity, but I missed the best entry, and then we've got the weekly open here. So yesterday, if you were watching the stream or if you were on the stream, you saw that I was trading gold around the weekly open, and that trade did not go in my favor. I had to get out at roughly a $2,000 loss on that thing. I held it for, I got 2 opportunities to get out, and I got a little tunnel vision as far as thinking that, okay, it's going to sell off from the weekly open. Yeah. So the trading book would, a trading book by Stephen King actually would be his genre, because some trading really is kind of that creepy, scary stuff, Pet Cemetery type of stuff. Did not get filled. All right, so yesterday was I was really kind of upset with my trading yesterday, because like if you look at yesterday, the system was like A+. There was no time you should have faded. It was, and I faded a couple times. So today we focus on trading the system as it was designed, as it was developed, because the system knows better than me. It's kind of dumb to, I'm up about a G there, aren't I? Yeah. Let's see if we get picked up here. We'll put some trailing stops. We'll protect our position here. See if we get picked up on a pullback here. So gold, let's look at the 4 chart setup on gold. Let's see what we can see on the 4 chart setup. Gold, we have chart. Let's remove our levels on gold. Remove everything and redraw them. So on gold, we got a downside level at 1985, and we have an upside level at 2011, and then we've got another level that we missed the sell on, which is right around 1999, right around that round number. I think we could probably do one lot here for now.
Order filled.
Participation trade. So a participation trade for me is just one lot. We missed the trade, but we still want to participate in the movement. So we can make a couple $100 in the direction that it's going. That's always a good thing, right? If you have questions, you can ask in Discord. If you have questions, you can ask in TradingView. If you have questions, you can ask in YouTube. I don't know if Nephew Elite is here yet. My nephew. He's got his 10 days, but he's still kind of, he'll be moving over to Live Capital here in a little bit. So, members, you should have already identified your key levels. I'll share the key levels in Trade Room Alpha. If we look at the NDX, let's look at the internals. Let's see what the internals tell us. All right, so we're above all rolling VWAPs on Big Tech, above the 0 line, above the RDA on the actual NQ. All right, let's look at the Bitcoin. Bitcoin sold off a little bit, hitting the RDA on the 60. So there might be a long scenario on Bitcoin. So, you know, it's hitting the RDA right here where you've got the 200 mix down below. So really, if you scale in all the way down to the 200 mix, and then you got a level here that's really obvious. So if you see the long side on Bitcoin, it's pretty simple what you do. What you do is you scale in all the way from the RDA all the way down to this level right around here. Just create a scale in plan here, and then wait for the reaction. That's what I would do. Not giving you any trade advice. I know nothing about trading. Don't listen to me about anything about trading. I know nothing about it. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm clueless when it comes to trading. All right, these buys are invalid now. We'll cancel our bids. We're only in 2 lots there. The GC trade. Ooh, look at this CL trade. CL trade. All right. So CL, we're gonna remove this one position, and then we're gonna see if we can get picked up on a pullback here to momentum and bias, and then we'll put in our protective stops up here. So CL, you can see our entries there: 74 spot 75, 74 spot 88. That's our 2 entries there, and then the room for that trade, if it does sell off, is at least down to 73 spot 96.
Stop filled.
Ooh, we got stopped out. What did we get stopped out of? Must have got stopped out of gold. All right. Boom. I need to get my soundboard up and running. That's what I need.
I threw that shit before I walked in the room.
All right. I don't know. You know, sometimes TradingView just like isn't stable. But, well, welcome back. It's not me. I've got monster connection. I got backup upon backups. I am really excited about some of the stuff we're working on, members, alphas. I'm really excited. I can almost barely contain myself. That sounds really excited. I'm really excited, Alphas. I can barely contain myself. No, really, I'm like, this next couple months, I mean, we're going into the summer and stuff, so we're going to slow down, but absolutely. Could you do a short tutorial on the RDA? Just added it to my charts. Looks interesting. Yeah. So first up, in the RDA description, there is how to use the RDA. But generally, there's two uses for the RDA. Now, for those that are wondering, what is the RDA? It is the Rex Dog average. It is the yellow line that you see on our charts, on my chart. And it operates the same in every time frame. And it's a bias indicator. Basically, if price is above it, you're looking to go long. You have a long bias. As price is below it, you're looking to go short, or you're going with the bias of the market. As with any other indicator you use, it acts as a magnet. So yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I would, I'm streaming, so I apologize. But I mean, I don't want to send you anywhere else, but there's other places I'm streaming, join Discord to see other locations. But yeah, TradingView, I don't know what's up with TradingView. I'm still giving them love. I'm still streaming there. Yeah, sure, no problem. So let me make sure that I'm not missing any trades first, and then I'll... So we're long in... you can also join Telegram, but I don't do... I mean, Telegram is kind of a one-way conversation. That's one reason why I don't do it. Or not don't do it, but that didn't sound right. That's what she said. All right. It's down below. Down below the video, you'll see join my Discord and my website. So if you want to learn more about the trade system and everything else, I'll share the RDA. Well, this is my website, but let's go to the actual indicators. Let's go to the Rex Dog average. Boom. So here is that. There's two. There is the Rex Dog average, just the base. Don't discount it just because it's simple. I mean, it's not simple. It is simple. It's 6 moving averages averaged. This explains how to use it. So this, full detail on kind of the background, how it was created. No, you know what? I'd love to stream on Rumble, but the system that I use is called Restream, and it doesn't restream to Rumble. But I might do the same thing I do with TradingView, which is basically I stream separately to TradingView because TradingView only allows you to, they only want you to stream their charts. They don't want you to stream anything else. So I stream separately. That's probably why there's a challenge, because I use a pretty stable platform to stream. This is the RDA. If you just joined me, feel free to ask questions. Let's look around the market, make sure we're not missing any trades. So we're long in gold. And then we're long in the NQ. We're in 2 lots. We're up about $1,200 on that thing. In 2 lots. Let's see. We can move one of our trailing stops a little bit lower. Give it a little bit more room. Let's look at the NDX. Let's see what it's doing. All right. So it's playing around with momentum. It's playing around with the daily open. See that little line there? That's the daily open. Yeah. Well, I can't really restart the stream. There's probably no real reason to. I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult, but all right, so it's above the daily open. Looks like it's going to fill the gap at this point in time. The aggressive trade is just and not aggressive. I mean, really, we've got room up to 233 as far as a level on the NQ. Wait, am I reading that right? Sorry. Yeah, I'm reading that right. Yeah, sorry. I apologize. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, so here's the thing. For foxes, like, I don't want to send anybody away from TradingView, okay? But this is recorded on YouTube. So, I'll do the RDA thing here in a few minutes once the market calms down and I can make sure that I'm not missing any trades. But that'll be recorded in and then what I'll do, just for you, I will put in the comments after the stream, kind of around the time that I mentioned the RDA. And I think I even have a YouTube video that explains it in detail too. I don't know. I create so much content, I don't even know what I have anymore. All right, let's go to the 4-chart layout on actual, on the actual, I don't know what we do on this trade here, gold, because I really want to sell it. We're going to have to do some TA on that. TNA. We're going to have to do some TNA. The IRS allows TNA. Maybe I should do Twitter Blue. I don't know. Let's see. This knocks me out. I might get back in. Depends on what happens here. It's playing around with the daily open. The NQ is playing around with its own. So this daily open is the actual NQ daily open. This open here is the actual NDX. So the NDX is, I mean, right now it's almost giving up momentum. Almost. So volatility has really hit right around 9 o'clock.
Stop filled.
We got stopped out of that gold trade. So we're probably going to get knocked out of this NQ trade. The question is, do we want to reverse this trade? I think we
Stop
do.
filled.
I think we almost want to reverse this thing.
Order filled.
I reversed it. Now we're going to go short. Not going to be too aggressive short because it might rip up, but it did a momentum check. It lost momentum, so now we're short. So change directions. Market changed direction on us. Seems like the actual market decided it wanted to change directions. Oh, no, there's no news right now. We have the employment cost indexed. Chicago PMI at 9:45 Eastern. And then, consumer sentiment at yeah, duh. I'm so stupid. But it's like not, consumer sentiment doesn't typically merit, that high level action. But I should protect this position. Or not protect this, I should trail my stops. We're only in one lot. Doesn't that suck? Yeah. I'll send you,
Order filled.
Ooh. I'll send you a direct message to is it 4S? Yeah. I'd say based on hearing your story, man, don't give up. So, I mean, you can do you, but I mean, like, All right. Now we'll see.
Order filled.
Maybe got a little aggressive, so we're in 2 lots. So we'll sell up to here.
Order filled.
Either going to sell off or we're going to have to reverse that position. So we're going to regret it. So we're in 3 lots. It needs to sell off right here, basically. I don't want to be picked up there. So see if it's sold off here. Oh, sorry, I'm not showing my positions. I apologize. There we go. Up about 65 or down $65. We're looking for a sell off there in 3 lots on the NQ. We are in a crude oil trade, CL, so just barely in profit there. We've got an RDA check there. We're kind of in the middle of a range there, so I'm not getting too heavy there. Once again, you have no edge in a range. One of the best things you can do for your tunnel vision, I'm surprised there's not more people on actual Discord today, but I mean in the audio channel. So one of the best things you can do for tunnel vision is basically, like, if your position is ever in the middle of a range, you really have no edge, unless like the only time that would be something that you would want to do is if there's a momentum and a bias check in the middle of that range, and then you're trading with momentum and bias. Other than that, even then, you're in the middle of a range and you don't have as much edge.
In the middle of a range, and you don't have as much edge.
Hey,
In the middle.
why am I getting feedback? That was weird. I haven't had that happen before. I was talking to myself. It's kind of like Inception. Come on, market. Sell off. I don't think it's going to sell off. I think it's going to hold. All right, cool. Yeah, thanks, AZJ. Thanks for sharing the news. Thank you. Appreciate it. I think next weekend we're going to do a Q&A for members. So we're going to plan that ahead of time. I'd like to do another poker day too, where we play poker in Discord or do some other fun game. All right, I should reverse this position.
Order filled.
It changed momentum, so I reversed long. Took about a $300 loss on that reversing. We'll see if I reverse too late. But momentum shifted. As soon as it shifted, I reversed positions there. Reversed directions. Went from short to long. So let's see. Giving it a little bit of room. There we go. It's continuing to move. See if we can make back that $300 that we just flushed down the toilet. We'll see what the CL trade is going to do. Is this going to be an overshoot of the RDA? That's the question. So that's the question on CL. Chart 2 is the control on that. Well, chart 4 as well. So chart 4. For those that don't know what I'm talking about. So we trade the 4 chart setup. So when I say chart 4, there's 4 charts that we look at when we're trading. You're seeing 4 tickers that I'm streaming.
Order filled.
Ooh, we got filled on CL. You know what? It's probably going to this next level. That's where it's probably going. We're going to tighten up our stops on that thing. We're not going to give it much room. It's hitting the daily open, so it's either going to fail at the daily open or it's going to rip past it. So we're not going to give it much room. We're up about $1,000 on those 3 lots in NQ. When we hit this level up here, I think we will actually take some profit. I'm going to take some profit now.
Order filled.
All right. I took 1 off on that NQ just to take some profit. We take profit in thirds.
Stop filled.
No, we got stopped out of the CL trade for about negative $100. Trading the Rex Dog system. If you're interested in trading the single best system on the planet, join Discord. Ask me how to get started. Or no problem, Gordon. But you can go back on. Just mute your mic, or I'll mute you. So if you want to get back on, we're at a level check right now. You can visit my website. There's a link that says get started now. And you can read everything about it. Any questions on YouTube? Any questions on TradingView? I will answer. Once we kind of settle in a little bit, I'll go through the RDA and I'll share kind of the philosophy behind the RDA. Share a little bit more why I think it works, why I think it's awesome. I'm really proud of the stuff that I've created. I mean, show up every single day. I'm working on the mindset book. It's going to be about a 30 to 40 page book, and it's going to not be like any other mindset book that exists. Yeah, there is there's a delay, but I call the levels well in advance. Our system is predictive, so we predict the reactions. Like this level right here, I said it was 233, and we're seeing a reaction right now. This is a reaction, so that's what we're seeing here. We trade reactions. That's why I took some profit, because I don't know if the reaction is going to react farther than this. I apologize. I'm about to burp or make some weird noise. But it looks like it's going to exceed that level. And then we go to our chart 3 and see what's going on over there. Our next level to the upside, that if it does break through, that we're looking at on the upside on the NQ, this is where I would sell as well. We'll buy up to or sell is 320. So 320 is the next level on the NQ. If it gets up there, is what live? Yeah, this is live. I'm live. If you go to my YouTube, you'll see that it's live there too. I'm live streaming. Yeah, there's no delay on Discord. So the audio on Discord, there's no delay. And you know, I wonder if I could stream to Discord as well. I don't know. I just got to figure that out. Oh, look at that. Should have been sized bigger. But we'll take $1,300, right? Not a bad trade. Up about $1,500 on that trade. We know where it's trying to go, don't we? It's trying to go, what I said before, it's trying to go to 320. Let's give it a little bit more room on one of these lots. Boom. Should have added there. Wasn't as aggressive. CL trade 75.44. 75 spot 44 sell is what I'm looking for in the CL trade at this point in time. And then we'll see if we can sell there. That's what I'm looking for in the CL trade. Actually, it's probably a little bit higher. I think we look at chart 3 RDA. Chart 3 RDA is 75 spot 58. So I think we look for a level overshoot there. I think if we want to be part of the trade, we got to be with the level though. But we'll watch it closely. NG. So what should I trade besides NG? Any ideas? Yep, exactly. Thanks, AZJ. One more reason to join Discord. One more reason to join. I'll figure out. I'll get with Nephew Elite. We'll figure out. Tony's my nephew. We'll figure out what we do with Discord, if we can stream on Discord, if the latency's better there too. And then I might have to. Yeah, maybe I should do YM. You think Stockbot? I should do YM. I mean, does it? Let's add YM. Let's do that. Let's replace our NG with YM. Because I'm in an NG trade, I'm long NG. I shared 2 weeks ago that I think it's going to be the trade of the quarter, and I'm being proven right. I'm not being proven right. This system provided me with the NG trade. Yeah, I should trade ES because everybody loves the ES, right? But I just hate the way it moves. Just hate the way that thing moves. But I could trade it. I mean, it's, all right. Should we sell gold? I think we should sell gold. Let's sell gold.
Order filled.
We're going to sell gold. We're going to sell gold on the expectation that it's going to lose the weekly open and it's going to probably
order filled
off. So what I mean by that
order filled
is if we go to a chart so we can look at gold. Damn it. Trying to see where I can go here. Let's open up a chart. Let's open up our ideas chart. Rex Dog ideas. Booyakasha. Mama don't. So I asked for tickers the other day, and this is my long-term analysis for the German 40 index. So that's my long-term analysis. We're short. Oh, look at that. GC is playing with us. Let's go and look at GC. Look at gold. All right. So here's the thesis for gold. I said this yesterday. We got this low here. I mean, any day one trader can see that. Those lows, right? We've got the RDA down here. It's about, if it loses the weekly open, I don't see why. I mean, it will stall, I believe, at these lows. But I could see it ripping down and wanting to test the RDA. So that's really what I'm trading against there. I'm still trading against that. It's lost the fast momentum. It might lose the slow momentum. If it loses the weekly today, it could rip down, and it could probably rip down to this level, right around 1995. That's what I'm trading against here today. All right, we're going to get knocked out of one of our lots on the NQ.
Stop field.
All right, we got knocked out. Our other trailing stop is right around the actual RDA. Yeah, I'll replace the YM here shortly. So that's what I'm looking for on GC. Those lows have been, I mean, I look at those lows. See, here's the way to look at rejections or wicks. You have to look at them in both ways. There's a phrase in trading, if you haven't heard it, if it prints there, it will trade there. I also use another term that I teach in my training called intention. Wicks are also intention. So for instance, this wick here is intention. It's a rejection, but it's also intention, especially where it printed. So these wicks actually are more intention than they are rejection. A lot of times in trading, if you can think, or you can think from multiple angles, you're going to do pretty well. So that's what I'm looking for in there. If we look at the actual 60-minute, let's see what the 60 minutes telling us. So, you know, it's in the middle of, I mean, it's keeping its range. It's keeping the weekly open. So we're a little early on that trade, but if you see here, it's below the RDA. The RDA, and then it's lost momentum. So we're with a momentum trade there on gold. The last exit on NQ, that's an automated trailing stop. Yeah, it is Mr. Kinfert. Yeah. So what we do generally is we trade in thirds. So we trade in thirds. So we have a take profit 1 and take profit 2 at reaction areas, and then we allow for a third left to be in trailing stops. But I like to just trail my stops. When I'm not streaming, I'm not watching the charts. I'm doing other stuff. I'm working on content for members. I'm working on training. I just started an entertainment company for stuff that I'm doing for my own writing and stuff like that. So I'm doing other stuff if I'm not streaming. But if I'm streaming, I like to do trailing stops because then it's managed. I don't need to worry about it. I wish I could share this. It's going to be awesome. So that's all I can share. I'm excited about a lot of the things that we're working on behind the scenes. It's going to be awesome. Yeah, so yes, it is. Yes. And then the system, for those that are wondering what platform am I trading on, this is Tradeovate. I apologize for not showing the trades I'm in. I apologize. So we're up about $180, $240 on the GC trade. And then we're still up on one lot there, about $1,100 on the NQ trade. We're waiting for that upper level where we're going to sell right around 320. So we'll sell 320 when it gets up there. I do trade BTC. Absolutely. I swing trade and I stack it. I swing, trade, and I stack it. So regular viewers of the channel or of the streams, tell me the best time frame to trade crypto on. Someone type it in. What's the best time frame to trade crypto on? What will make you a crypto trading god if you use this time frame? Do you want me to look at the DAX? AZJ. So someone type in what time frame should you trade crypto on to be a crypto trading god? Well, the RDA works on any chart. Yep. Arthur, I don't know what I can give you other than awesome. You've been paying attention. Arthur on YouTube said it 4-day. If you want the best time frame to trade crypto on, the 4-day. So the 4-day leads. Now what you're seeing here, so I have a Bitcoin chart up. This is, so TradingView in its infinite wisdom does not want to add tick charts. And I talk about this every single day. So actually, if you could just contact TradingView and just ask them nicely, and I mean this seriously, just ask them nicely. Just say, please add tick charts. I do it every week. Every month on Twitter, I ask them when are tick charts coming. So I think if we can get enough people, maybe they might add tick charts. We are looking at potentially doing the API solution, third-party solution, and then we'll connect it ourselves and we'll figure it out ourselves. So we are looking at potentially being part of their partner program and doing that. But, I would prefer they just add tick charts and do the right thing. That'd be the right thing. Okay. So what you're seeing here, this is Bitcoin, and we're looking at Renko charts, and we're looking at they call it not point and click. What do they call it? They call it point and figure. Yeah, point and figure charts. I'm looking, one of the things that you can do, or you should do, I'm in a BT short from 20,040. What? Wait, you're still in a short? So your short is still open? Or 2040? Does that say 20,040 or 28,000? Do you mean 28,000? You found me, Conroy. What does that mean? Great. Good to have you here. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to take time out of the charts on TradingView, and I've been testing this 3 chart layout. Oh, TradingView
Order filled.
Yeah, I apologize. Ooh, look at that GC trade. CL really came up, so we're doing an RDA check on CL. We'll see how well that does. Let's look
Order filled.
Let's look at the GC trade. Yeah. I don't want to get too aggressive there because now the momentum has shifted on that. No, it hasn't. Yeah, I don't know. Well, the problem is it held the lower level. So GC held the lower level. And the NQ is getting to a point where it might actually have a rejection. So then if gold does what it sometimes does, counter moves against the risk asset, as you would put it, I guess we'll see. So we got to give CL a little bit of time to sell off here at the RDA. And actually, we've got to actually move up our stops a little bit. And then account for a RDA overshoot because we've got a kind of key level there. So we got to move up our stops quite a bit, actually. And we got to scale in up to here. So that's where we got to scale into on CL. And then we just got to be patient. So the next entry is right here. And then the next entry would be right here. That's our next entry on CL. And then we'll put our protective stops at the extreme band of the RDA. So we'll just see how that CL trade works out for us there. Got to be patient on that thing. Let it figure out what it wants to do. I apologize not showing my trades again. Damn it. So we're down about 480 on the GC trade. I might have to take a loss on that thing. But we've got a level here. So that's our final level. Is right here, right around 1995. So we'll look to possibly get filled there. And I'm going to put a protective stop. We've got six lots out there. We're going to put a protective stop kind of up here, just in case it decides it wants to rip. And we don't want to take too much of a loss. So that's what we're going to do on GC. So you can see that's what we got going on. Got a previous day VWAP up here. So that's something to watch. Let me make sure there's no questions. Thanks for sharing the link. Just Options. I think that's a link to my probably my RDA video. Didn't PM you yesterday, got completely sidetracked. What time is it in your part? I'm on CST, or Central Standard Time. Oh, that was you, Conroy? Yeah, TA. Did you have a question for me, or you just wanted to DM? Yeah, in the off-topic, Ninja Trader Shark said there's things going on people have no idea about. Well, yeah, people are clueless. You know, people are in their little bubble. They're happy to just go home and watch Netflix. All right, so we're up on 2 lots on CL. We'll see how that works out. The GC trade is continuing to go against us. So, ChatGPT for my trading. I've been in AI for the last couple of years. So I'm a self-taught programmer. AI's kind of been one of those things that I've been watching for the last couple of years already. ChatGPT, as far as trading, is not going to be where it's at. Yeah. Oh, so it's 15:33 where you're at, so you're middle of the afternoon. All right, so we're almost at our level on NQ. Well, not almost. We're watching for the 320 level. It might just continue. You know, this might be one of those Fridays where it just continues to run. Yeah. Like Ninja Trader Shark said, the Globex high was hit. Where is it at? Conroy, what do you mean, where is what at? Did I mention something? I'm curious to hear your take on the market, or I'm sorry, I'm not following you. Maybe I mentioned something I didn't. On ChatGPT. Oh, no, I think it's pretty sweet tech. I mean, you know, they've been talking about AI forever, right? And that, but we should be genuinely scared. Everybody should be genuinely scared. The other thing is that it's going to make its way into every business. That's why I think what you're seeing in layoffs right now, I think there's going to be another round of layoffs because they're going to every company is going to figure out how they can use some form of AI for protectivity. And then I think what's going to happen is that AI is going to be blamed for the next market crash. And then they're going to use that to lock down AI or whatever. But ChatGPT to me is a nice little toy comparatively to, you've seen what's the thing where, I'm drawing a blank of what it's called. You've seen one use case where basically there's a couple of these tools where basically you can connect ChatGPT and then you can give it a task and then it will complete the task. It'll go through and do everything. That's the next iteration. That's where it's actually helpful. The challenge is, where I see AI right now, let me just make sure we're watching the market before I get off on this. So we're up about $1,500 on one lot. We're waiting for the 1320. I didn't add on any of these pullbacks. We're still waiting to see if crude's going to sell off, so we're going to look to get picked up maybe on an RDA overshoot. Kind of a key support and resistance. That's standard support and resistance check there. So kind of like a TaskRabbit and Zapier, but even more advanced. The thing is, AI thinks at multiples of what we can use. I read a book once. It was like a 400-page book, and it described this whole world war. And then at the end of the book, it basically said this is like one 1/100th of a millisecond of a simulation ran by an AI. That was a really good illustration of like how we don't even understand the level that AI thinks at. But I think that, I'm wondering, like, it's going to get really weird, isn't it? Because it's going to be my AI talking to your AI, and then, like, we're not going to know things. Like, I've already heard this last week when we were playing poker. one of the persons mentioned, yeah, that's already happened to them. Like their email AI talked to someone else's email AI, and then they agreed to something, but then they didn't really agree to it because they didn't really read it. So, and what's weird too is, I've been with Google. One of my claims to fame is I created nationwide real estate sites well before SEO was even known. I don't know if it's a claim to fame, but one of my successes in my life was that. I got in early in SEO. And Google...
Order filled.
Oh, what did we get filled on? Okay, we got filled on the next CL trade. So we got to watch that. And then all right, so got filled on the CL trade. We'll see how that works out. Got to be patient on that. But it's just weird to see Google actually embrace AI as a content creation, because Google used to fight the type of content that AI creates. All these companies used to, I don't know how it's sustainable, the amount of content that AI is going to create. I mean, someone comment doesn't that crazy? We're still waiting for 320, so I'm not missing any trades. CL trade, we're planning to scale in up to an overshoot of the RDA. Chart 3 is our control. So chart 3 is the control on CL. GC, we're still looking for the weak open to fail, but the more that it doesn't fail, the more that I just need to get out of that trade. We actually need to tighten up our stop there. So we'll tighten up our stop. So I move my stops down. I don't want to lose that much if it does rip up. Yeah, so I have to look at this and make sure I'm positioned right here on these trades. We're gonna switch to YM. So let's switch over now. So YM, what is the are we on M or are we on U? I think we're on M. Yeah, we should be on M. All right, YM. It's kind of moving in sync. Look at that. Moving in sync with the NQ. That's fine though. It just, it recaptured the weekly open. So I'll change my 4 chart layout on YM too. Look at GC. It's playing around with that VWAP. Ninja Trader Shark said, when you have traded long enough, when you get a day like yesterday and then start the next day out like today, this is a brain setup. Nothing is wrong. Be leery. Oh. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I trade charts. So like I'm focusing on trading the system and trading the charts and not trading against my system. We didn't quite hit the level on the NQ, so there might be a pullback here. We might be taken out here right around $1,000 on this. I will re-enter down here if we get taken out. So I'll look to re-enter here on a pullback. But
stop filled.
We could be selling off here. So that's something to keep in mind. That is an RDA check. So, but I'm entering. So we got knocked out, about $1,000 in profit on that thing, or 11. Well, we got more than that, but $1,100 on that actual trade there. I think you could use Chat GPT to do code stuff like that. I think it could really. That's a really
order
good
filled
use case for it. What did we get filled on? Oh, look at that. Oh, that hurts. GC starting to move. Okay, so GC actually held the week open. I might have to take a loss on that thing. Damn it. That's a dumb trade. That was a stupid trade, now that I look at it. Held the weekly open. I should have just believed the weekly open instead of thinking that it's going to... That's not me trading the... Well, I'm trading the 4 chart layout. That's the problem. Or not the problem, but that is... I'm still trading the 4 chart layout. I'm trading the RDA on GC, on chart 4. So it's not like I'm trading against the system. I'm trading the RDA, and I'm trading an RDA failure. So I just started that trade early. And then now with CL2 as well. Yeah. I have to just watch to make sure I'm not on the wrong side of these moves here, because the NQ might actually be selling off here. I think we sell that.
Order filled.
We sell initially into the NQ. We're not at the level yet, but it's shifted momentum. We'll see. I'm not going to give it much room. What are we in? 1 lot on the NQ. We're in 5 lots on GC. Yeah, we're down $1,000.
Order filled.
Nah, everything's going against us. Why is that? I got to be patient with CL more. That's the one thing with CL. I haven't been as patient with CL, and I started that position a little early. It broke through that level and it held that level. That probably was a clue that I probably should have reversed and waited for the entry signal.
Order filled.
All right, I'm going to get out of the GC trade. Or not
Order
the GC
filled.
Trade, but the NQ trade. And then we've got up to this level on GC. So on GC, my control is chart 4, it's RDA overshoot, and then we've got chart 3, RDA, and it lost, and it did not hold the RDA before. So really, that's what I'm trading against on the actual GC. I think I started too early on that thing, like an idiot. Yeah, we'll see. And I just got to be patient with, and we are seeing that maybe the NQ is going to maybe sell
Order
off.
filled.
So we'll see if we can do a participation trade there. I don't know for sure if it's going to sell off, but let's get a little bit of room here. P&L wise doing good, but if I get on the wrong side of some of these trades, it's not going to be pretty.
Order filled.
Got picked up on the actual GC trade. I think I'm aggressively trading GC too hard. I think that's the problem. I have to maybe take another $2,000 loss on that bad boy. All right, well, so this CL trade, the oil trade, it's a fade on chart 2. It's a fade on chart 4, but it's a bias check on chart 3. So at this point in time, I guess I put trailing stops, and if it comes back up, then I just think about re-entering. So let's just put some trailing stops on that GC trade, or CL trade, sorry. We're up about $400, $580. So let's just put some trailing, not trailing buys. That's stupid. Come on. We'll put some trailing buys just around our entry. Try it trailing stops. But it might come up and take us out. You know, I haven't been, like I said before, one of the things as I looked at my trade log, I just hadn't been as patient with CL as I need to be, because that's the way it moves. We're only in 1 lot on the NQ. Ooh, gold is killing us. Gold is making us feel the pain. We're only in 1 lot on NQ on that sell-off. So we'll see what that's going to do. Should have been heavier on that NQ sell-off. Saw it coming too. CL, we're up about, I don't know, 860, 8 something. I'm going to take some off, because I'm going to take 1 off because it's at the, well, where's my basis? Nah, I'm going to let it ride. We'll let the trailing stops maybe take us out. Look at that NQ sell-off. Damn. Going to do an RDA check. I think we wait for the day open.
Order filled.
Oof.
Order filled.
Yeah, that's gold. Gold is going to hurt. Look at that. $4,000. Yeah.
Stop filled.
Knocked out of that gold trade. Yep. That hurt. Got too aggressive with gold there. Second that it held the weekly open, I should have got out of that. Stupid. That was a stupid trade. This is where I should be shorting it too.
Order filled.
Piss me off. That's my own fault though. Getting too aggressive with the trade. That was stupid. That was a dumb trade. Second that it held the weekly open twice, I should have just got out of it. Really dumb trade.
Stop filled.
Hate doing dumb trades, but that's my own fault. Deserve that loss on that one. NQ hit a momentum, but I think we probably sell on the RDA here. Then the overshoot if we get picked up. And then we're looking for a day open test, and then maybe that to hold. I did resell. I did reshort the GC because this is where I should have started the short if I was.
Stop filled.
If I should have reversed when the week open held, and then I should have. This is a level check, RDA overshoot, and this is where I should have sold. But
Order
no,
filled.
I didn't do that. We're getting knocked out of some of the GC trade or the CL trades. Still doing good for the day.
Stop filled. Order filled.
Well, we got to watch this NQ trade. It needs a sell off right here, so it can't really close above this level here. So there we go. We're in 2 lots on that thing. Let's see if it sells off and hits the daily open down here right around 216. So, and then we're in profit about $1,300 on the GC trade. So, and we're in 8 lots on that thing. Let's see if we can maybe hold out on that thing a little bit longer. I guess technically my stop was too aggressive. I should have put it up a little bit higher because it was a protective stop. It wasn't a stop that I wanted to get hit. But that's why you can't get frustrated. Really, what you got to do, you get knocked out, and if the trade still exists, you take it. Boom. Oh, sorry, I haven't been looking at the chats. I apologize. I was thinking about using ChatGPT to build my own indicator. Yeah, no, I think it's a good idea. It's a good for code thing. So, daily open. Whoa, what happened there?
Stop filled.
What did we get stopped out of? We're still in 6 lots. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get stopped out of this.
Stop filled.
Trade, that's fine. I mean, we made about $1,000 of it back. So, hey. Trading good today. I don't know. How does it look like the trading's going? I feel good. I'm doing good. P&L's good. So, I'm trading all 4 pretty consistently. I haven't traded the Dow yet, just because I don't have the 4 chart set up on the Dow yet. So I need to set that up, and then I can start trading the Dow. YM. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go back to my room. Oh, it's New Music Friday. Man, oh man, oh man. Dynamite. Are we still in 2 lots? We are. We're green on everything. Look at that. It's a leprechaun day. I think we can maybe on this well, no. Let's do that. Let's baby this little position here on GC. Let's see if we can just change it to just 1 we'll do one trailing stop here and one trailing stop here. Give a little bit of room there. Maybe we can ride that down. Maybe we can make back our 4Gs that we already made back about 1,200 of it. I don't really think of it that way. So just so you know, I don't think of it as making back the money that I lost. I'm just focusing on doing good trades. Like, I should have moved my stop up because it was more of a protective stop and just gave it an opportunity to react at the level. But it ripped up, took me out of the stop, and then what did I do? I re-added. Just, but it's a bad trade. I should have reversed at the weekly open. The second because then it changed momentum, it changed bias on chart 2. It's like, and then I was just, waiting for the RDA check, which actually did occur. NQ's trying to hold momentum and bias, but so it might actually
stop
rip
filled.
Up here. All right, so we got knocked out of the CL trade, so we're completely out of oil. And then looks like we're going to get knocked out of this NQ trade, possibly. It's trying to recapture the RDA. It's trying to hold momentum. So we do have a level now developed. So we have a level that we can look at, trade against, just right around 236. Wait, let me make sure I can read that. I apologize. Yeah, that's 326. For some reason, I can't read that. It's right here. 236. I don't know why I'm seeing 3. I don't know what's wrong with me. Maybe I'm drunk. Yeah, so the sell-off's hitting, I think, it's RDA or it's the day open or it's the mix 200. So maybe down to 201 and then long from there. I don't think it wants to sell off, but, I could be wrong. What do I know? I just trade charts. I just trade the Rex Dog system. If you do want to, if you haven't joined Discord, you'll definitely want to join Discord. There's a link below the video. Also, if you want to trade the single best trade system on the planet, the Rex Dog trade system, join Discord, send me a DM and say, how do I get started? You just can't just join. I like to ask a few questions, kind of get an understanding. Really careful about who we let in as alphas. I've only denied a couple people, but we have really great people. We have really great people in alphas. I'm really, one of the things I'm really kind of proud of is the quality of people that are in our alpha group. It's not really, I don't know. It's the system that's attracted quality people is the way I would say. So we've got a lot of great people in the alphas. And Bravo. So so Bravos, I'll talk specifically to you. There's one trade. So if you want to maybe kick the tires a little bit of the system and you want to get a feel for how we operate and reactions and stuff like that, you can join Discord and ask to join the Bravo Den. It's free. And then we send over one trade that you need to master based on the VWAP.
Stop filled.
All right, we're going to be knocked out of this NQ trade. So do we reverse? I think we reverse.
Order filled.
So I went long on the NQ. So it looks like it might hold that momentum. I'm not going to get too aggressive because it could be an overshoot just on chart 2.
Order filled.
So we're not going to get too aggressive. But that's where we're at. So if you want to join the Bravo group, just when you join Discord, just say, hey, how do I join Bravo? And one of the things you can do to get
Stop filled.
added probably quickly is ask a nephew Elite. He can add you, especially if I'm streaming. So we're knocked out of one of the GC trades, and we're just one more lot left on that. We will probably short it. I don't know there's we. Well, I guess it's Rex, me and Rex. Rex and I will short it again, possibly, at the other high. I'm still of the opinion when I look at the technical analysis that it has a higher probability of selling off. Although, maybe it wants to hit the mix 200 like it did here. So see here, see the pattern? The pattern. You should be seeing patterns everywhere. Intention. Intention and rejection. Pattern. Overshoot of the mix 200. Overshoot of the mix 200. So if it does the same type of thing, what is it going to do? It's going to overshoot the mix 200 up here. Overshoot the mix 200 right around here. Right around 2008. And then maybe that's where we sell. So let's see if that's going to play out. Let's just be patient. But we are in one lot still. I did go long. I did reverse on that NQ trade. So we're long. We're up about $440 on that NQ trade. Not bad. For 2 lots. We're short on GC. CL. Where's my time? I don't know how much time. We've got 10 minutes left in this hour. So we expect probably a follow through on the green candle on CL. We, yeah, Ninja Trader. We, as in me, myself, and I, and Rex. I can't forget Rex. Because he will remind me not to forget him. The little dog's more popular than me anywhere I take him. Like, people aren't excited to see me. They're just excited to see him. I take him to my oncology spot. And like, so I took him once, right? I took Rex once, right? And I kind of like, wasn't sure because, some people, you know how people are nowadays. They're just, someone will just complain about anything, right? So like, Rex is a dog you can carry. So I went there and I said, hey, can I go see the manager? I know her pretty well. I was like, hey, can I bring in Rex to kind of meet everybody? What I didn't realize on my disconnect is obviously if I bring Rex, I'm going to be there an extra half hour because everybody wants to pet him and say hi to him. And he just enjoys it. And it's pretty much all the nurses are women. So I'm sure he's like, damn, I just love this attention from women. This is awesome. Because he's an old man. Wait, there's no assault weapon ban. Didn't become law. No, that's not true. All right, this is actually pretty important. This is more important than trading. We're in America. So, let me check this out. Someone sent me something that there was a ban. Oh, where did you send that? Yeah, but I don't think that. Yeah, well, no, I've been watching that, so I'll watch the video.
Stop
I
field.
think I know what this is about. I don't have to watch the video. Anyways. What was I going to do? I can't remember what I was doing. I was going to trade. That's what I was going to do.
Order filled.
Got knocked out of that long on the NQ, so we're just going to do one participation trade because we got knocked out. And then on GC, we're still in that one lot. CL, okay, we're waiting for this hour to close. We got 9 minutes. So thing with CL is at a level now. So, but we're going to have to look at that next level upside. So 75.70 is one level. And then these need to be removed. I don't even know why these are in the market. It's really stupid to have those in the market. Jeez. That's the next level on CL. Wow. Okay. Well, I guess that's what we look towards. So the next level on CL, I mean, really, wow. The next level on CL is right around 76.20. And then above that, the strongest level is 77.82. But then we've got a weak level at 77.20, and then we've got another weak level at 77.20, 76.20 and 77.20. The question here that I'm wondering is, can I trade up to that? That's the question. That's what I'm looking at on CL. I think what we do is we do one lot there, and then we do one lot at the RDA on chart 2. So chart 2, fuck. My fingers are bleeding. One of the side effects of this treatment is that my fingers get really sensitive, and then underneath my thumbnail I'm bleeding, which isn't a good thing, but I've got a band-aid on. TMI, I know, apologize. It's kind of quiet on Discord and on TradingView and on YouTube. Any questions? How do you feel with emotions if you start the day with a big loss? So I start the day, yeah, I mean, like you got to self-correct, and then if you start the day off of a big loss, if you're trading your system, well, you know, that's the 20% that the system didn't work out. But then also, you know, I start the day slow. So
Stop field.
we got stopped out. We're still short on the GC. So I start trading slow. So that's why you usually see me do 1 lot, 2 lots, 3 lots here, and then, you know, that way I don't kind of off balance myself. I think you should add previous day, week, month, quarter, year, high, low, mid, 0.5 levels. What do you mean? How do you know I don't have those?
Stop field.
I do. Well, no, we don't need those though. That's way too much information. We don't need all that information. You know why we don't need all that information? I'll tell you why, Archer, we don't need that information. And this is something that if you are a member, if you are an alpha member, you will appreciate this because you have obviously the full set. Damn it, I didn't trade that. I'm talking and I didn't trade that sell off. Well, let's do a participation trade.
Order filled.
See if we can get picked up on a pullback. And we're going to trade down to the mix 200 on an overshoot of the day open. Damn it. Missed that damn trade. Damn it, Jim. I missed the trade. I'm a trader, not a doctor. We're going to go long right around 203. What's the name of that? Is it 203? Is that the thing underneath the M16? I don't know if you're here, Nephew Elite. Is it the 203? That's the grenade launcher, right? 203? Trying to think of the 203. I think it's a 203. It's probably before your time. Oh, it is. Yeah. Well, I know the Marines had Vietnam era stuff, so you know. Yeah. Good to see you. Good to have you. Or are you're trading, right?
Yeah, just do my own thing at first.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Damn. Okay, this is where we reverse and go long. Maybe. Boom. Baby,
Order
baby.
filled.
All right, Biggie. So I did reverse there, and then we're going to put a tight stop because it might sell off at the actual. I think you reverse again. So I'm looking for an RDA check, and then I'll reverse again, and then we'll reverse down, and then we'll buy where we're going to buy. That's what we're going to do.
Stop field.
Oh, we got stopped out. Guess not. So we're out of everything now. All right. Doing pretty good here today. Well, it's right at the weekly or the day open. So yeah, so you should add previous day, year, month, quarter, and year high, lows, mids, and 0.5 levels. Okay, so Arthur, I'll continue the conversation I was gonna have. Yeah, so I used to track all those things, but what I realized is I overlaid our system and the indicators on it,
Order filled.
and our system already accounts for those reaction areas because our system with the 4 chart layout reacts at those zones and gives us patterns to trade at those zones. So I don't even need to know those zones because the zones are reaction areas and our system picks up the reaction areas. So we don't even need to think about it. Like I know that sounds, if you don't have the system, you don't kind of fully understand how it works. It's based around reaction zones. So the levels that you mentioned, day, year, month, quarter, year, high, low, 0.5 levels, those are all reaction zones. Okay. Now, yeah, would it be nice, I guess, if we had every one of those lines and we knew that those were reaction zones? Not really, because we don't need it. I mean, I literally, because the 4 chart layout gives us the pattern to trade those reaction zones. Chart 4 specifically aligns with many of those levels that you just mentioned. Chart 4 is our structure of the market, and it aligns with many of those. Now, I probably wish I might want to sell here again too.
Order filled.
So, and I'm not trying to discount you saying that we should have those levels. Those are important levels. You should watch those. But what I'm like, the RexDog system has gone through a series of refinements. It's kind of like, basically, I just started reducing things because if you saw my old charts from maybe like 3 or 4 years ago, there's a lot of stuff on them. Value channels, a lot of stuff on them. And I just said, look, I don't think this is necessary because I continually saw that the 4 chart layout was providing patterns at areas that were what you mentioned, but I don't need to know those areas, if that makes sense. Like, because the system picks it up. Like, I don't know how it works. Like, I
Order filled.
I stopped trying to figure it out, I guess. I just kind of I accept it, and the second that it doesn't work, that's why every single day I look at the charts at the end of the day.
Stop
and
filled.
say, how well did the system do? I'm shorting this market, by the way. We're long in CL, so we're looking for a level check down below at 75.40, and then we'll do one more position just below that. We are short with the NQ, and then we're looking to go long in this level check. So we've got a level check here on the NQ. It's probably a little bit lower than this. It's probably down here.
Order filled.
Okay, we're getting picked up on the CL trade. Look at that GC trade. So let's look at the GC chart. So I really don't mean to discount. I mean, I'm not trying to discount you, Arthur. What you're saying is completely valid. I completely agree. I'm giving you the reason why we don't have those additional lines on our chart, or why we don't why you don't hear me call it out, right? But they are reaction zones. You're 100%. They're reaction zones, and for instance, if you don't use the philosophy of our system and your system doesn't pick up those reaction zones, then I would suggest that you have those reaction zones on your chart, or you have them plotted out. But our system, whatever rhyme or reason, it just picks these things up. Well, what it does is that basically it creates patterns around price stalls at those areas, right? So let's say price is coming up to a monthly high, a previous month high. Well, every trader knows that. Not every trader. Larger capitals watching that. All traders know that's the previous month high. So there's going to be a reaction there. There's going to be some type of reaction. Our system is based around reactions. So we pick up that reaction as it's happening. We don't necessarily know. we try to assign the reason why reactions happen, but we don't necessarily always know you would never know the precise reason for a reaction. But like you can reason, like, look, it's at the previous month high, and it's impulsing up there, and it hits there and it sells off. Well, you can say, well, it hit the month high, it had a reaction. I'm just trying to fully explain it just so that it makes sense. What is the best? So I got a DM. Hopefully you don't mind. What is the best free open range indicator in TradingView? Funny you ask. Not funny. We are actually going to release one. I'm working with a member here, an alpha member, or not, a soon-to-be alpha member.
Stop
hopefully
filled.
this member will work with me on TradingView indicators, and we're excited. We're having a good working relationship. The first indicator that we're working on together is the opening range indicator, and actually I can show that right now. Let's show it. Booyakasha. It's an early stage. There it is. RD opening range version 1. All right, so we're long on CL. Don't know what we're going to do on the NQ. Let's see here. We're not quite at our sell zone, right? What are we looking for? We want to see an overshoot on GC, and then we're going to start selling GC. So let's see if we can do an early entry on GC. Let's do 2006 so that we're at least alerted or picked up so that we know to scale in. So let's do that. I don't use alerts. What I do, actually 2000, this is actually the level. So this is what we need to do. 2010 is our scale in zone for GC. So what I do, I don't like alerts. I just put one lot, and then see, I put one lot positions, and then if I get picked up, that chart then tells me it's worth my attention. Ooh, look at that. CL went in our direction. Finally CL blessed us. Good job, CL. We're up about $500 on that, on the CL trade. So we got our GC trade. Now, what was I going to... Oh, I was showing the opening range indicator. So this is the initial stage of it. As you can see, it's relatively clean. Let's go to the 5-minute. You can see here, basically, this highlights the opening range time, and then it shows the opening range, and then this is all customizable. And then you can see here, there's an RDA delta over here. What we're doing is well, this is going to be really cool. The data that's going to be here is going to be really cool. So this is the initial data here. I'll explain what that is once we refine it, once we kind of like go through it. And then when we officially release this indicator, I'll officially announce who's working with me on these. And then hopefully the plan is that they will work with me on helping me create other TradingView indicators that I've been wanting to create that I'm not smart enough to create. And then also they're going to be working with me on us we're going to predict ranges. So we are going to create a TradingView indicator that's going to predict ranges. And then we'll port that over to other things. But that's one of the projects we'll be working on. So we will solve the holy grail in trading. I will create an indicator that will predict ranges. So I don't have a date on when this is going to be out. We might do version 1. So we might do version 1 here on just this. I think one thing we need to add here is labels. So where is it at? I think we need to add labels to the end of at least the last day. And just need to look at some of the options, make sure it works across all markets. But wanted a really clean opening range indicator that was clean, gave you maximum options, and then also had some delta data. Basically, historical data that tells you the health of how the day is working, how that opening range is comparative. But it's also, what's nice about it is that it's based on our philosophy. It's not based on, I don't want to say too much because we haven't figured it out yet. So I'm excited though. This is one of the things I've been excited about, is finding someone that we could partner with, that could be working with. Like, I'm not smart enough, and I lost my old developer on TradingView. I'm not smart enough to create these indicators, but I'm smart enough to like say, hey, like I know code. I'm just not smart enough with PineScript and the logic to execute it, but I can understand the code enough to at least say, hey, here's a direction we should take, and do some pretty advanced cool stuff. I think we sell this NQ here.
Order filled.
So it's going up, really is it going to hold the day open? That's the question. We're still above the week open. I mean, the week open is down here at 071, but that's not the NDX. Let's look at the NDX. The NDX gave up the day, and the week opens way down here. So it's an RDA check on that NDX. So I think we got to be careful here. I think we reverse.
Order filled.
This is probably not the best trade because it's on chart 2. We're fighting chart 2. But that's an RDA check. The first RDA check. I wish I would have saw that. I wish I would have been watching that chart. I wasn't watching that chart, damn it. I'm going to move one of my trailing stops on CL down below. See if we can stay with that trade for a little bit longer. I apologize, not showing my trades. There we go. So we're on CL. We're up roughly, I don't know, $850 on CL. And then we're up about $10 on the long on NQ. So we'll see if that long is right. I mean, we're looking for it to break the day open and then hold the day open. That's what we're looking for. But we're not going to get too aggressive because what was that? That was weird. I haven't heard that noise in a while.
Order filled.
I don't know. I don't know on this NQ. I don't know if we sell this here. I almost want to. Okay, well, this is the last chance. So we're in 2 lots on the NQ. And then we'll give it a chance to hold that, or it's going to sell off and take us out. So we're kind of fighting chart 2 there. So we're fighting chart 2 and we're fighting chart 4. So, but the index hit the RDA and held the RDA. See that? See how powerful the RDA is? I don't even have to show how, like, I really don't even have to show. I mean, obviously the other thing you could see here is there's a level here. So, I mean, but the RDA aligned with it. So actually this isn't the power of the RDA because there's another level here. So while it did stop right at the RDA, around there, overshoot, I mean, from a standard price action aspect, the RDA didn't provide it other than an additional area. You still would have expected some kind of reaction at this level here in the 5-minute chart. So the RDA doesn't quite shine here as much as it should here, because it's just not alone by itself. There's other price action that would factor into your decision here. So I don't want to give it undue credit. We don't want to do that. I probably will not stream the afternoon. I don't know. We'll see. But trading's going good. It's Ninja Trader Shark 13219 high as Kai can go. Will be still short. May touch just above that VWAP target 13179. Ninja Trader Shark shared on Discord 13153. Is the Globex range low target? How far the market moved overnight subtracted by the opening price? That makes sense. Yeah. I can dig it. So Tolman says, for the opening range indicator, you can maybe add all the important levels: previous day, open, close, previous week, open, close. Well, we already have that.
Stop filled.
Don't we? Isn't that the Rexdog key levels? Isn't that what that indicator is? That the Rexdog key levels is that indicator. I mean, if we go to my ideas, my scripts, sorry, my bad.
Stop filled.
The Rexdog key levels, I got stopped out. So I think we short the NQ here.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
And then we don't get too aggressive with it yet. 3 lots there, and then we'll see if we get picked up. Short. So yeah, isn't this key levels? Isn't that what this is? Previous day, previous week, previous VWAP. Like, I know that, like, having too much in one indicator makes it just too unwieldy. Like, trying to make really focused indicators, that way you can, maybe one chart you can just have this one, and another chart you can just have this one. Isn't this exactly that? I'll share this in TradingView as well. Are we not streaming anymore in TradingView? No, it still is, but I just haven't seen any comments. Sorry, I added a plus there. This is the link. I didn't post the same thing, dude. Okay, whatever. Share this on the YouTubes.
Order filled.
So Convoy asks, what is your risk management? So I just did a 2-hour-long video on risk management, and I'm going to do a shorter one that's going to be more to the point. And it probably will be just for members, I think, maybe, but I might do it on YouTube too. This NQ trade. Yeah, I think I might have to get out of this. I think this might be the wrong. Well, no, let's give it an opportunity to fill out the RDA on chart 2. But other than that, like, we might be too aggressive on this short because the NDX did hold the RDA again. So we might be too aggressive on this short. Give it one more opportunity. So risk management, as far Conroy asks, what is the risk management? So this is going to sound, well, I'm just going to say it. So the RexDog system, the system that you see me trading here, every trade has risk management built in. And I'll explain why. Most trade systems allow you to trade in arbitrary areas. Okay? And this is an important point, meaning that you can trade anywhere on a chart. The RexDog system, the RDTS, you're trading at high probability reaction areas. So you're trading at an area where you expect a counter reaction to price, or you expect a continuation of momentum, or you expect a continuation of bias. And the tolerance for that being right or wrong is a small number. We've defined it. We've got it defined. We know what it is now. I'm like, it's defined to the point where 80% of the time, if you scale in with this number, you're going to get one opportunity. The market's going to give you one opportunity to get out at break even, at least. So you don't hear me talk about risk management much. Number one, because risk management is a very personal and capital specific issue. What am I going to do here on this NQ trade? Hold on, let me just make sure I'm trading
Order
this
filled.
trade. I think it wants to go up to the weekly open, so I think I need to just reverse.
Order filled.
Yeah. All right. Dinged our P&L a little bit there. Should have reversed it earlier. Damn, look at that CL trade. We're up about $1,400 on that thing. So to continue the risk management aspect, did I get aggressive on this NQ trade? Let me make sure I'm watching that. All right. So for instance, right now, what I'm trading on the NQ, this is actually not a great trade. I'm actually aggressively trading this because we don't have a clear answer right now. So this actually isn't a high reaction area where I'm at. I'm actually in a no trade zone actually right now in the NQ because we have counter signals across a couple different charts. So I should be waiting for more of a clear answer to go long here or go short. Two of the charts that we use here are telling me to go short. Well, yeah. And then the 5-minute really isn't sorry, I'm not showing the trades, I apologize. And then the 5-minute is not as clear as it needs to be, but it looks like it wants to recapture the daily open. But it's having a tough time doing that. So risk is built in because the RDTS does not allow you to trade at high risk areas. You shouldn't be taking trades at high risk areas. Like, this is something I just realized, like, in the last 12 months, that it just hit me. Like, because the other thing with risk management is why I did that 2-hour video, because I wanted to be painful, because I want you to understand that, the stuff what you read in books and what you see out on YouTube and all these other stuff, this risk reward of 2 to 1, whatever the risk reward ratio, that's not reality. It's not reality as a retail trader. It's reality if you're in a trade firm. But that's not even how they don't even talk that way. They don't talk as in a 2 to 1 trade. Their risk profile is so different. So you want an answer, like, when someone, why I answered the question that way is because what you really want an answer is, well, your risk, you should put your stop loss this far away, and you should have a 2 to 1 trade risk ratio. Like I said, we could go down the technical terms. That's hogwash. It's all hogwash, because your risk management is directly related to your capital level and how you deploy your capital. The other thing is, it's also directly related to how valid your system is at giving you high probability entries. If your system is piss poor at giving you entries, well, then you need to have really good risk control. Like, you need to have precise risk control. But if your system gives you consistent, high probable areas where you're in profit relatively quickly, or you have to scale in a little bit more because there's an overshoot, but then you should be in profit relatively quickly, or that's the 20% when it fails, you're in that trade. You have the answer relatively quickly. Now, this changes when you do swing trading, and that's why we're going to allow members to vote on what we work on next in training. But what I want to do next, I want to revamp. I mentioned swing trading throughout the trading. I want to specifically create 2 swing trading trainings. We're going to create a swing trade training, and then I'm going to start swing trading and start sharing the swing trades that I do. And then I want to amend or add in a module to that of people that have jobs. I want to create a specific step-by-step plan on how you adapt the system if you have a job, or what I call an immovable mountain. So a job or something where you can't trade, and you have to swing trade, and you have to adapt the system around a job. So that's the next training that I want to create, is the swing trade training, and then also how you adapt pretty much any trade system, but how you adapt the Rexdog trade system around if you have a job. So that basically you trade yourself so that you're profitable enough, and then you start working on a plan that you become a full-time trader, trading yourself out of that job. Because you can't lose that job. You need that job. Your family depends on it, So TA asks, we just made a new, so Wrong Thing said the good ones do. I'm not sure. Maybe that was a response to what I was talking about. And then TA says, I'm assuming you have a don't diddle in the middle rule. I always diddle with my middle. Yeah, no. That's one of the things that I mentioned in the beginning of the stream today, which is like, if you want to get out of tunnel vision, number one, look at the 5-minute chart. And if you're in the middle of a range, you have no edge. You have no edge. And so if our trade system, look, sometimes our indicators and our reaction zones are in the middle of a range. You reduce your edge drastically in the middle of a range. It's a little bit more if our indicators are there, because we expect a reaction. But at the end of the day, you're still in the middle of a range. So one of the best things you can do to cure your tunnel vision is ask yourself, well, if my position is in the middle of a range, it's a terrible position. So, you might get, you just, It's one of the things, the gut checks that I consistently try to do is like, okay, am I in the middle of a range? Is my aggregate position in the middle of a range? And that, you're right there on TA, that's a no trade zone for us. No trade zone for us also is when we have contrary signals across our 4 charts and there's no distinct answer as far as the directional, which one's going to win. So for instance, in a changeover state, the RDA price might be above the RDA, but then it's below the momentum indicators and the momentum is short. So the RDA is long, the bias is long, but the momentum is short. Well, I haven't statistically been able to find or been able to decipher which one's stronger. It's 50-50. Sometimes the RDA wins, sometimes momentum wins. So, it really just, it depends. Yeah, nephew Lee, the reason why you're frustrated is because you're probably chasing trades maybe. And then also you got to stick with some of these trades a little bit more and you just got to give it time to work out. Plus, look where we're at. I mean, we're right on the NDX. We're right at the day open. So it's trying to decide, does it want to hold the day open? Does it want to lose the day open? It did hold the RDA. And now what is it going to do? It's going to go check momentum. It's going to do the fast momentum check and the slow momentum check. So if you're in a long like I am now, I'm in a long, you're going to be fighting the fast momentum and the slow momentum, and then you're going to fight the key level here on this alpha candle here. And then if it takes out this alpha candle, then it's probably going to rip up. So if it takes out the open of this alpha candle, then it's going to rip up. That's also a key level if you look at chart 4. So really, it's just being patient here. Okay. I didn't give OneDrive permission to do that. Friggin' Microsoft, man. In 5 lots here. And it's just slowly not doing anything. I think we need to remove all our bids. Did switch over momentum. I mean, I think the trade is long, but once again, it's in a, look at just, it's low volatility, it's slowed down. But if you're not in the trade already, it's not worth chasing in my mind. So TA, you're right. That's the way we are. We're basically, if we're in the middle of a range, it's a no trade zone. Also, if our indicators are fighting with each other, we're in a no trade zone. Yeah. So
Stop field.
like here, like I'm being aggressive on this trade, and I should be giving it much more room, but I really don't want it to go against me because it literally could just give up the day open here. The NDX could give up the day open. So the CL trade, we're up $1,900 on that thing. That was a good trade there. So members, that's the only fade trade you can do if you don't have your fade card is the strong level check on chart 4. That is in the pattern library. So, okay, we need to get out of this trade.
Order filled.
Oh, look at that. I got out as soon as it ripped up. What's that song? I'm a loser. What are free signals? I don't provide signals, man. Why would you want to depend on another man to make your money? Like, imagine we were back in the hunting days, right? We're in the camp, right? And like, we're hunter-gatherers, right? And like, you come up to me and say, hey, man, can you tell me where the animals are at? Like, I'd prefer you come up to me and say, hey, man, can you teach me how to hunt? Like, free signals? Come on, man. You don't want free signals. You want to learn how to fish. Like, I'm not calling you out. I'm just like, you really want to depend on another system and another man for your well-being and for the future generations. You have a generational opportunity before you to be a speculator and make unlimited capital, pull unlimited capital out of the market. And you ask me whether or not I have free signals. What if I just go away? I mean, I'll tell you, I have terminal cancer, so I could die tomorrow. So what if I do have free signals? Well, now you're asked out. You're going to have to find someone else to give you free signals. Like, just change your mindset, man. Like, fish. Learn to fish. Learn to hunt. Bullshit. I don't need your signals. Answer questions with your flawed trading. Dude, you just asked free signals, dude. What do you mean bullshit? You're just trying to call me out because I called you out. Like, this is a no bullshit zone, dude. You said free signals. That's the first thing you said when you got into TradingView. Free signals, question mark. Free signals. It's not like, hey, man, just joined you. Great to see you here. Right? This is on TradingView, dude. And now you want to come back and say, bullshit, I don't need your signals. Answer questions with your flawed trading. My trading style is better than yours. Whatever, dude. You're just mad because I called you out. All right, well, see, I exited that NQ trade, and then it started going my direction, so we need a participation trade.
Order filled.
Here's your free signal, dude. Long the NQ. Participation trade. Free signal. If you would have been joining us earlier, you would have got a free signal on the CO where I'm up about $1,800 in my flawed trading system.
Stop filled.
Ooh, we just got knocked out at some profit, though. Booyakasha. All right, I don't know about the NQ trade, so, man, don't take my free signal on the NQ trade because I'm not quite sure on this free signal on the NQ trade whether or not long is the right trade. And I don't want you to blow your account, all right? Like, so, please don't take my free signal here on the NQ because I do not want you to blow your $100 account. I do need to refill my coffee. Look at that. Free signal worked out. Boom. We found the deer. We're hunting. Now you're going to ask me, how do I skin this deer? Can you skin this deer for me? I teach people to fish. That's what I do. All right? That's my attitude. If I ever do sell signals, it'll be signals in our system that are high probability signals so that we don't have to watch charts. Ooh, man, it's just a participation trade. Damn. See, I was in this for like 6 lots. That's a small position. Now we're up about $200. All right, it's got a momentum check there. So we'll see if that works out. What did you say? If it were not for you, I would sleep hungry, bro. Thanks for it. I'm just messing with you, man. Just have a little fun. Just chill. We just met each other, all right? We were in a bar, I'd buy you a beer. If you drink beer. Or whiskey, whatever you drink.
Oh my god, this dude said, can you eat the deer for me? I'm dead, man. That's hilarious. That was actually hilarious. Oh, I wish I could have clipped that, man. That's so funny.
Yeah. Just, like I said, I get asked that question once a day in DMs, like, do you have signals? And I say the same thing. I say, basically, I teach you to fish. Why would you want to, All right, so I told you the NQ did look like, it actually probably going to take out the high, so it might be time to get aggressive on this thing, like to chase it. It's almost maybe time to get aggressive on the pullbacks here because it looks like it wants to rip up. We're right around 2 hours into the market, so if we look at, little hard to know what it's doing. Honestly, seems like it might just range. I think it's going to rip up. I think so. I think it's worth taking a little bit of risk here. That's what I'm doing on the long side. It's at that key zone of that alpha candle there. So I think we take a little bit of risk on a pullback here on the momentum checks in chart 2. So on chart 2, I think we take some risk on the pullbacks here. And it feels like it wants to rip up. I mean, it recaptured momentum. What did it do? Chart 3, bias and momentum, long. Chart 4, recaptured bias and momentum. This is reading the chart. That, on the pattern library, I specifically, we talk about this, reading this in real time. And on the Q&A, the last Q&A, what did we do? The last Q&A, I broke down how it cascades across the 4 chart setup. So if that Q&A still stutters, if someone watched that, we'll see if we can re-upload that somewhere so it doesn't stutter. But that Q&A, I break down specifically like how momentum
Order
cascades
filled.
across the 4-chart setup. We're seeing
Stop
that
filled.
live now on the NQ. Got stopped out of the actual CL trade. I don't know, we're up about 17 grand for the day. Share my P&L here in a little bit. Booyakasha. Thanks, Tolman. No, I just, look, I mean, the signals thing generally does upset me because like I genuinely want people to like succeed at trading, right? And I don't want when you are a trader and trading and you can get up every day and pull capital from the market, the freedom that you have, and that's what all of you desire, right? Anybody that's watching here, I assume you desire to get up every day and pull capital out of the market and put it in your pocket, right? The freedom that you get from that is like nothing else that exists. You don't have to have customers. You don't have to have a support staff. You don't have to create a product. You don't have to do any of that. You don't have to, you should set up a business. So you should be running your trading in a business. But outside of that, like you don't need to have an AI bot on your website that answers questions. You don't need to worry about OSHA, right? Like I don't have OSHA coming in here and telling me that I need to wear a hard hat, right? I mean, there's some heavy stuff coming down here. But like the opportunity for you to sit or stand and pull capital from the market with just your ability is an amazing thing. Like, it is amazing. It is like the opportunity you have at this time in history is, and I'm serious. I mean, I've shared my why. It's a generational opportunity for your family. Like if you do this right, it's a generational change in your bloodline. Like that's how serious I think trading is. That's how the opportunity I feel that every person that's listening to me right now has. So that's the attitude that I take with it, is like, it's an amazing opportunity. I love being a speculator. Like I wish I would have discovered it 20 years ago. Yeah, so Conroy, you're right. That's the best feeling ever, right? Like not relying on anybody else. And like, if you've ever ran a business,
Order filled.
like just being able to pull capital from the market and not having customers and not getting up and having to answer 6 or 7 customer emails, not having to deal with, customers that like just love to make it difficult for you. I mean, they exist, right? No matter how friendly you are or whatever else, right? Even if you have a staff that deals with it, eventually you're going to have to deal with it. I mean, eventually you hope that you build a business where you insulate yourself from the day-to-day, and then it kind of runs itself. But that takes years usually for an entrepreneur to build a business to that level. The other beautiful thing about trading, which I think is absolutely beautiful, is that especially with our system, we don't care what direction the market goes. As sad as it sounds, we don't care what direction the economy goes. The trade system's an always-in trade system that is agnostic to the direction, that just trades momentum. So the economy could be tanking. We're still making money. The economy could be doing great. We're still making money. Why? Because if the economy's tanking like during COVID, okay, we're trading momentum short and we're shorting the market. If the economy's doing great, then we're long the market. I mean, the chart tells us what to do. Like we don't need to I mean, yeah, is it still difficult? Of course. I mean, if this is easy, everybody here listening to me would be on their yacht right now trading with, 6 different supermodels, feeding them different type of fish. So I'm watching the chart to see if we want to get more aggressive here. Also watching the chart to see if we want to sell CL, because CL did sell off, but it didn't quite hit our zone of 77.11. That's what I'm watching for, 77.11. CFTC. So what did you share there, Ninja Trader Shark? Thanks, Dolman. Thanks for backing me up. I did say that before. A U.S. court has sentenced South African CEO to pay more than $3.4 billion. No, that's just a little bit of pocket change there in restitution and penalty for a Bitcoin-related fraud scheme, and it is the largest civil monetary penalty ever imposed by the U.S. Commodities Futures Trading Commission. Interesting. That was shared in general on Discord. I shared earlier that this weekend. Conrad, let me read some of the YouTube. I need to treat this prop firm account like at a business and stop being reckless. Yeah, TA, I agree. And then Les Fuel says, I know you're not a CPA, but how do we treat this as a business? I'll answer that question, but I'll give a disclaimer. And then Convoy asked, I just need to teach my daughter how to trade. You know what's interesting? So a lot of people know that I trade, like that I know from real life, right? And I kind of have a test now that I give people because, they think it's just like pushing a button, and hundreds are going to come out, right? Plus, they've seen me kind of go through the journey, right? So, like, when I first became successful, they thought I was going to fail, right? I said, or they thought I was, doing coke and blow in the bathroom like the Wolf of Wall Street dude, right? Let me just make sure. So, if we're going to trade here, we're trading that the day open is going to hold.
Order filled.
We're taking, like I said, we have to take a little bit of risk on this trade here to trade this, because we had to plan, because it either broke that level, which was at 237. I'll share this in Trade Room Alpha. I should have shared it before. So that's the level I was watching. I'll share it in the futures room. That's the level I was watching. That's where I started the position. But you have to plan to scale into this thing, and you have to scale in at the key levels. And you've got, so the positive on the long side here is that you've got another weak level that has developed on chart 4, which is right here. That's the weak level. That's a pretty far scale in. And then what you're expecting is that if it does come down there, you're expecting that it's going to go into the lunch session, and it's going to want to come up and recapture that. So, like I said, we're kind of at the decision point right here. I didn't go too heavy. We're just 4 lots. So what was I talking about? Okay, so I have a test now that I do. And here's the thing. The younger people in my family, they're actually picking up trading. They're more excited about it. They're actually paying attention. My nephew's a key example, right? Young 20s, right? But the other older people, I give them a test. I give them 2 things to do. And if they don't do those 2 things, then I don't spend any more time, because it's like, look, there's 2 things to do. It's easy. Go do this. And if they don't do it, then they're not serious. Every young person that has said, hey, I'd like to learn trading, or I'd like to learn, I've given them the test, and they've come back within a day, and they've surprised me, and they've been excited. So I'm seeing younger people more excited about the trading opportunity than, I guess it's that old, you can't teach an old dog new cats or something, whatever that saying is, right? You can't teach an old dog to eat cats, or whatever the saying is. But that's what I found, at least personally. I'll tell a story if this happens about my daughter. And then TA says, trading is about consistently and reliably pulling capital from the market. So let's do that exact thing. Exactly. Yeah. New tricks. I know. I know. I was seeing if anybody would pick up. I wanted to mix the cat, the cat and dogs. So Les Fuel asks, I know you're not a CPA, but how do we treat this as a business? Okay. So I'm gonna imagine, okay? I know nothing about trading. Don't listen to me about trading. I don't know how to trade. I'm an idiot. I'm a complete idiot. You shouldn't listen to me about anything. In fact, I'm probably drunk right now. I'm not an accountant. I'm not an attorney. I don't play one on TV. I am a porn star though. So with that being said, if I were starting my trading career, what I would do is I would call up an accountant and an attorney, and I would say, I'm looking to trade. Is it advantageous for me to start a business? And is it advantageous for me to maybe start, I don't know, I've heard this thing called an LLC or an S Corp. Which one's more advantageous for me in my state? Or do I look at something like in Delaware? I mean, just saying, I'm just, maybe I think there's a state called Delaware. And then is it advantageous for me to start this? Because if I run this as a business, wouldn't the business hire me as a trader? And then wouldn't that mean that all the fees that I pay for like TradingView and like the various other fees that I pay, wouldn't I be able to write that off? And then also my tax situation, I'm wondering about that tax situation. If I could maybe divvy up some of my tax liability to I could make a salary as a trader, what a trader should make. And then if I could make maybe the rest of my income dividend or draws, would that help me tax wise? I don't know. I mean, that's just what I would ask an attorney, but I don't know anything about this stuff. Yeah. So, you might want to say, could I, all these $100 fees here, Sierra chart, $186 for 6 months, TradingView, ongoing fees. Like if I had a business, could I put that to the business? And then also if I started making money, I mean, is there a possibility that maybe I could buy an up armored SUV because, I need to protect my little dog Rex? Like, is that a possibility? Could I maybe get a 6,000 gross weight SUV as part of the trading business? Those are things I'd be asking, right? Also, could the business potentially, buy all my armaments so I could have multiple ARs and everything else? Now we're going too far, but that's the questions I would maybe ask, So, the professional trader, that's something that I won't say anything about. I don't know. You have to figure that out yourself. It's kind of like, are you a professional? So there's another thing, and for those that have been in real estate, you get certain tax write-offs if you're a professional in real estate. And if you're not a professional in real estate, then you don't get those tax write-offs. We are long, so it was a good trade there on the NQ. We're up about $1,600 on that trade, $1,400. We're moving our... So I should have got a little bit more aggressive, but I didn't. Yeah. So here's the real answer to your question. I suggest you don't do anything yourself and you consult a tax attorney and a attorney and someone that knows what they're doing. Yeah, exactly. Capital gains as an individual, corporate taxes, salary as a director of the company. Exactly. So, for those that haven't ran a business before, ideally what you want to do is you make a salary that's, I'm not going to say the word right, consummate. I don't know why sometimes I can't say words. You should make a salary of what someone in a similar position should make. And then you draw long-term cap gains. Sometimes it depends where you're at. Yeah, you can actually be both. So, but I don't mention this just because, look, most people are just trying to be profitable traders, right? But this is the other question too. Like, if you have a dream of being a full-time trader, which all of you should have, okay? You need to start. It's, have you read that 4-Hour Work Week? I think I read that years ago, and I think he told a story of like, let's say you wanted a Lamborghini, right? Well, just having the dream that you want a Lamborghini is cool, right? But maybe you should see how much the Lamborghini is. And then you should see how much it would be to finance it. And then when you break it down, you say, well, actually, all I need to do is make 12 grand a month and I could buy a Lamborghini, right? I could finance a Lamborghini because, you know, whatever the loan would be or whatever, right? You could finance a Lamborghini. Well, most of you haven't, Tim Ferriss. So most of you haven't even done the calculation and saying, okay, how do I transition? I know whether or not a trader has really thought about becoming a full-time trader is if they're responsible for healthcare for their family. And I ask them, if you had to be a full-time trader tomorrow, what would be your healthcare cost? I know whether or not they've properly planned. So gold. All right. I think gold might be, I've been watching gold kind of as I've been talking. I haven't been slacking. I've been watching gold. So let's sell gold.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
All right, we sold gold, and then we're going to do 3 trailing stops, and we're not going to look at the chart again. That's how I usually trade. Boom. All right, we're up $2,200 on the NQ trade, only 4 lots. I feel like I'm not trading at large enough size. And I'm sorry I didn't move over to the YM. We'll move over to the YM next week, okay? So we'll start trading the YM. And maybe we'll trade we'll trade the YM for a week. We'll see how the YM does to us. Hi, welcome. Good to have you here. Boom. Oh, let me check. I apologize if I haven't checked the comments. Yeah, that 4-Hour Work Week is a pretty good book. But, you know, even Tim Ferriss doesn't work 4 hours. So he doesn't live by his... Any other questions here I can answer, or tickers to look at? So GC is playing around. We're up about 2,200. I should have been heavier on that NQ trade because we saw it. Didn't I call it? I called it. I did call it. I just didn't get aggressive enough on that pullback. I think it's gonna go out and take out the highs. So since I think that, I probably should trade that, but I'm okay with this. I don't want to get too aggressive. Can you not use ChatGPT to build out the indicator you want to build? No, I've already tried it. Plus, the indicators that I want to build are like they're advanced logic. Plus, I want to work with this individual. Like I want to work with someone and have someone so we can come up with the other ideas. And ChatGPT doesn't come up with ideas other than telling me that I should leave my wife. So, I don't need the chatbot to tell me to leave my wife. But that's, if anybody has seen the conversations that Microsoft AI or Microsoft Chat had, that's some of the chats that it was doing. But CL, man, you're going to piss me off here. But it's not, it can't do complex stuff. Like, for instance, I mean, it can go so far, but like, for instance, if you were to say, well, I want you to, so for instance, we're working on an ATR indicator, a real ATR indicator that actually is the way you should use ATR. And to get ChatGPT to understand, like, the correlation between the data that we want from the ATR to display to give the proper ATR that we should use at that given moment is beyond you know, I mean, I guess I could ask ChatGPT to do it in Shakespeare. Maybe it might be able to do that. But so I've had a lot of the best conversation I've had with ChatGPT, and I'm not going to get religious here, okay, is I have an ongoing conversation with ChatGPT about the Bible. So that's the best conversation I've had with ChatGPT around the Bible. That's as far as I'm going to go with that. But I've had many different conversations with ChatGPT, many, and then also, well, there's a couple other similar type programs you can use. But, I did have an AI topic in here, and it's one of my passions. I guess if enough people ask, I can put it in the off topic, and then I can share all the AI stuff that I go through and all the AI stuff that I see and I watch if enough people ask. So I don't want it to be distracting. The second that AI can be used for trading, alpha members, if I'm doing it and it works, I've already talked about the ghost. Okay. So, that's all I'm going to say. That's all I got to say about that. Yeah. I need to renew my coffee, so I'll be right back. Watch my trades for me, Rex. Don't take me out of the market, Rex. I will be majorly upset.
Stop field.
Oh, Rex, what'd you do, man? Oh, we're getting stopped out. The question is, well, I guess I shouldn't get up yet. I guess I should look and see. Look at that short. See? Freaking CL is, or GC, man. I'm not looking at it. I'm not. But I need to give it a little bit more room. Need to give it just a little bit more room on this one lot here. And then we're either going to take more of a loss than we want here. Look at that. All right, need to refill my coffee. Second. Good job, Rex. You did it, man. Doing good? All right, we're back. Did the market rip against me? Of course, GC is still punishing me. I need to really look at my GC trades this actual session. I've been aggressively trading GC for some dumb reason. I think I got it in my head that it's going to sell off. By the way, Tony, you got me on these Tate's Bake Shop cookies. These little thin cookies.
I told you they were a bomb.
They kind of are, but they kind of aren't.
I know they're like a little too thin for me, but man, they just remind me of grandma's cookies.
I mean, I mean, I watch my sugar intake, so you know, because that's one of the things that my disease
Yeah,
feeds
be
on.
careful of.
But
Yeah,
I mean,
they're damn good.
they are good, I guess. I was at the same spot, and I was like, you know what? Tony picked these up. I guess I'll pick them up too.
What can I say? I got good taste.
Yep. True that.
I should be a professional snack taster slash trader. I'd kill it.
You could be like that dude chick that I'm gonna get canceled for saying
Oh,
this.
the Bud Light.
The Bud Light dude chick.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ah, that was an
How much you up
opportunity
right
to
now?
add there. What did you say?
How much you up right now?
1900 on that. Well, no, up about 22. But if I take a loss on this GC, it'll be not a pretty. Well, I mean it's $500, but I'm aggressively trading GC for some dumb reason. Well, I know why. I think it's going to sell off, but yeah. See, it did hit the mix 200, so we'll see. I bet I'll get knocked out, and then it'll sell off. I can almost guarantee it. So I should probably not be as aggressive on my sells there. I don't know. We're going into the lunch session here, so about to hit 11. So one or two things are going to happen. It's either going to rip up, like the NQ as well, because it wants to take out that level. It wants to take out, well, at a minimum, it wants to take out 290. At a minimum, the NQ does. And then it might just range there for a little bit and then decide to do something in the afternoon. We can look at the internals and kind of see if it gives us some clues too. Let's see that. Where are my internals? That's not the internals. That's not the internals. That's not the internals. That's not. There it is. Above the zero line, yeah. So it's probably going to be long the rest of the day. Or it's going to hit the 60 up here and then it's going to sell off. Big tech is, you know, we can look at some of the underlines here too. But big tech is just slowly grinding up. It's held the VWAP, slowly grinding up. It's a low range day or low volatility day on big tech. So let's look at some of the underlines actually. So we'll go here and look at Tesla up 1.6%. Start of the hourlies. So Tesla's looking to recapture the week open. It's below it, so it's looking to it's probably going to tap the RDA today. So there's probably opportunity to go long on Tesla. Apple, ooh, look at that. Apple's well above the week open, having a good week. Holding structure, look at that. Rip up, rip up, rip up. Let's look at the 4-day on that bad boy. Yeah. Yeah. We've already outlined some of our zones. This is my buy zone here on that I outlined. Meta. Meta's doing good as well. Whoa, huge gap up. Meta. Don't think that's going to be filled. Probably going to hold. Nvidia. I shared my idea on Nvidia. I'm still in that trade. I still have some in that trade. So this is, I can show this idea for those that don't believe me. But I probably shouldn't have took some profit because it didn't even break momentum more than just one day. But I took profit as soon as it kind of hit the high of this zone. So we go to my idea just to show that I'd do more of these, except for they just take too much time. So here, bam. So that's not me, that's the system. So if you're new here and you want to trade one of the best trade systems on the planet, join Discord, ask me how to get started. Like I said, I swing trade, we day trade. Let's continue to go to the underlying here. Coin. Now coin is the interesting one. Because coin, I think, at this point in time, I think I stopped dollar cost averaging into coin. and then wait for this level down here. So based on what I see here with coin, I'll turn off my dollar cost averaging. I'll stay in the trade, and then I'll plan another dollar cost average in this range down here. So otherwise I'm in my basis. So coin, yeah, I was gonna dollar cost average all the way down to that lower end there, but based on what I see here so far, I think what I would do, I'll turn that off, and then I'll dollar cost average if it gets below 39. If it gets below 39, then I'll dollar cost average. And then so I have a basis here, but I'll start adding more here. So then my basis will probably be, you know, my basis right now is probably right. I mean,
The right one.
go ahead. My basis is probably, I mean, I'm probably, because I was adding down here too. My basis is probably right here. I don't know. I can look it up real quick, but it's probably where I'm at in my trade right here. So if I add more down here, then my basis will be probably right there. Yeah. That's either going to go to zero or not. That's the way I'm trading coin. No stop losses. It's either going to go to zero or not. I mean, what I'm predicting on coin, I have a coin idea too. So my coin idea, I have a gold idea, 10-year price target. So if you want to see that, that's here. That's playing out. So you can see here where it's kind of, I know it's hard to see, but it's playing out as far as like the timeline that I predicted. So it's not me, it's the system. So I apologize. It's me reading the system. And then coin, I still see the 200 upside potential. So, but it's pulling back more than I anticipated, but it's still in the entry zone. So, but I'm, as far as basis here, it's just smarter to stop and then reassess down at a lower level if it gets there. That's what I'm looking to do on coin. The Google, yeah, momentum bias long. Pretty obvious. Let's get a key level here. It breaks that. It's going to at least take that out. It's probably going to take this out. We go to the 4-day, take a look at it. Yeah, 4-day. It's probably going for 120. Probably maybe a little bit higher, 125. Probably here. The extreme band, 122.7, then it's going to sell off. That's what the system tells us. Ooh, Amazon. Amazon's in a little interesting area. It's below the 4-day RDA. So Amazon could potentially hit this and sell off. By the way, we're up about $2,400 in this trade, $2,500. And then GC did move in the direction we wanted to see it move. So we're doing good there. Let's go look at one more of the underlying. Microsoft. I think Microsoft's probably going to make all-time highs. I think they're going to ride this AI thing. And they're probably going to, if we actually look at this, they're probably going to hit probably 400. 391 is probably what I would expect. Let's see. Let's look at the last impulse. Let's do the weekly. See if we can figure out the last impulse that it moved on. So the last impulse that it moved on, I don't know if this is, anybody cares about any of this stuff. 47%. All right. 47%. All right. 475. All right. So I can dig it. Yeah, maybe it'll hit there. Maybe that's the target that Microsoft's going for. I'll do some more technical analysis on Microsoft, but I think they're going to raid because they're basically the movers. They're basically the ones that are gonna get the opportunity to take advantage of the AI, right? I mean, at least one aspect of it. It's perception. Whether or not it's reality, that's another thing, but it's perception. There we go. Yeah, I could see Microsoft hitting that 464, 475 zone. That was just quick analysis based on, you know, simple chart reading. Yeah, I'd be interested in anything ChatGPT has to said. I mean, you know, if it's interesting, but like I said, I'm not convinced that it's going to provide tremendous edge to anybody. Look at that. So this is a fade trade on gold, but like I said, we're just gonna not really gonna look. I mean, I don't think I'll trade the afternoon. I'm just ready to take a little bit of a break. Plus, I got a lot of other things we got to work on as far as like, you know, I want to get the swing trading. I want to start knocking out the mindset book and the mindset training. I mean, I've been working on it slowly, not slowly. I mean, every day, but like if I trade, I'm going to be trading, or I'll be trading. But if I'm streaming, I'm going to be streaming, and I'm not going to be able to focus on writing and planning. I'll share some of the mind maps on this if you're interested. If anybody's interested. I don't know if anybody's still around. I haven't even checked to see if there's people watching. I assume there was. So, where's my mind map? There it is. Ah, sweet. So, good to see you still here, Conroy. So, here's the mindset. Here's where we're at on this. I'm still in the planning stages. Basically, we just close all this down. Not that I'm trying to hide it, because I'm going to be going over it and it's going to be in the book. But just to give you a high-level overview of the answer to the mindset. Well, for instance, there need to be more tips, but the first thing that I can tell whether or not you're going to be a successful trader. Oh, thanks, Jewel Helm. Hey, I haven't seen you for a while. So, or Jude, is it Jewel? Jules Helm? Yeah. Why you are ready. This is just me planning the book and getting the ideas out there so that it can be concise and it can be like a 40 or 50 page book. And then there'll be training that accompanies it. But this mindset will be the answer. It's not going to be like the other mindset books. It just throws a bunch of crap against the wall, and then just overwhelms you with too much information. It's going to be, this is the answer. I don't know any successful trader that doesn't have the attributes and doesn't have what I'm going to have in this book. I don't know any trader that doesn't have these. So, this isn't just me just blowing smoke. This is I've analyzed traders that I know, and then what I've done then is I've went through people I could verify are actually traders, and then I've took stuff from outside of trading that are relevant to trading, that basically, like I said, all successful traders have. So I want a different book. I don't want here's a 400-page book of a bunch of exercises to do and all this crap. That's not what I want. The book I'm going to release is going to be the answer to solving your mindset challenges. I know that sounds arrogant, but even if I get 70% there, even if I'm 70% right, it's better than the books that I've read so many. I mean, Trader Tom's book is good. Go ahead.
Even if I'm 70% right.
Oh wait, someone's mic picked up. And then the other mind map I'll share here. Now, this is going to look daunting. Well, it's not daunting because it's not completely open. So this looks daunting. It looks like, oh man, how can I do all that? Well, see, this is a tree. And then as you adopt the trade, see, here's the thing. Anybody listen to me if you're new. What you do with my trade system, you can't trade another man's system. You can't wear another man's underwear. So, I mean, you could, but you're probably not going to feel too good about it. So, you can't trade another man's system. What you can do is you can learn another man's trade system, another person's trade system, and then you can adopt it to your personality, your capital level, your style. That's what this is. This is like a tree where you make decisions, and some of this is trade decisions, like trade execution, but you're creating your checklist like you're a pilot, like you're an airline pilot. That's what this is. So this will be a check. For instance, there's only two type of trades. There's a fade and a momentum. There's only two type of trades, fade and momentum. There's only three types of stop losses. If we look at this here, like there's only three types of stop losses. There's no stop loss, protective, or fixed. A trailing stop loss is a fixed stop loss. It's fixed based on the trail. So I'm leaving no opportunity for you to not to have how do you do stop losses? I'm leaving no opportunity on how you manage a trade. Here's how you manage a trade. There's only three ways to manage a trade. You watch the trade, it's alert base, or you set and forget. There's only three ways now you can do a derivative of that, but there's only three ways to manage a trade. Like, am I wrong? Is there another way to manage your trade where you don't sit there and watch the chart? Or you don't do it where it's alert based, or you don't do set and forget. Am I wrong here? Like, so I've looked at like tunnel vision. We'll have a specific, we have some of this in the training already, but like I said, this is not, I know it looks complex, right? But you're not making these decisions. You're choosing one of these. You choose, do you like to watch your trade? Do you have the time? Do you have a job? If you don't, then you need to do alert based, or maybe you need to do a set and forget, which is swing trading. There's really only two type of trades if you think about it too. I mean, momentum and fade, but there's only really two type of like trades. There's intraday and intraday. There's trades that last longer than a day, and there's trades that you do within a day. That's like, and you could say, well, my long term, because I want to do long term cap gains and hold it 366 days, whatever. It's not a day trade. That's what I'm one of the things I failed to do when I started the training is provide distinct, clear
Stop field.
answers. We're getting stopped out of this trade. So let's see where we're at. Yeah. So, all right, we're getting stopped out
Stop
of
field.
the NQ trade. One more lot. We'll give it a little bit of more room on this last lot to hold the RDA. This might be an RDA check where you could actually do a trade here. So we'll do that.
Order filled.
We'll buy that. We'll buy the RDA check. It was on chart 2. So I know I got stopped out, but I kind of reacted to that trade a little bit slow. So now it's just a matter of, is it going to hold the RDA? So, and it's doing a momentum check on the 5. So does anybody appreciate those mind maps at all? I don't know if you saw them, but I mean, does it make sense? Like, I am up 36 pips on the NQM2023.
I appreciate them.
Well, that's good. At least you appreciate them.
You know what, Rex? I appreciate you.
Yeah, that's good. I appreciate you. So that was an opportunity to get back into this trade on the NQ if you weren't long. It is the lunch session. So we might trade up to... it's called Xmind. So I've been using it for years, Xmind. I think they offer a free version, Xmind. Yeah, I mean, so I'm gonna sell my book for $400. I'm gonna list it on Amazon for $400, but members will get it for free, and then members are gonna get the training, but then everybody else has to buy it for $400. I just noticed trading books are expensive, so I'm just gonna go
Stop
crazy
filled.
with it. All right, we got stopped out here.
That's all funny.
Well, I mean, if you see trading books, they're like $100, $200. I'm like, well, screw it. I'll do a 40-page book for $495, $497.
Stop filled.
So what's cool about this, like this tool? It's really easy to use. I mean, I'm not going to give up. So we're out of the trade. We're short. Let's actually see if we can see another opportunity. I don't see any other opportunity because CL isn't at a zone. Let's go do our 4 chart setup real quick. CL is not at our zone. CL, the next trade that exists on CL is right around 77.20. We could have traded up to that, and we did, but we got knocked out. The NQ, I guess we could enter here again for an overshoot of the RDA, and then
Order filled.
trade down to this level here. So we'll enter 3 lots here with the expectation that it's not going to sell off, it's not going to rip down. And then we'll do another 3 lots here, and then we'll put a protective stop in case it really starts ripping. Like, we don't want to be on the wrong side of that trade. There we go. So we'll trade momentum, trading the system. Yeah, but no, I love this. I like using mind maps, you know, because you can do your thoughts. So let me go over here. I'm gonna start a new one because I don't know if there's something here I don't want to share. I want to share my porn collection, mind map. Well, so for instance, well, let's just create a new one just to show you how it works. So it's pretty cool. Like, you can just have a central topic. So, you know, we can say trade signals, right? Because that's something we're working on. Should I do it? You know, reasons not to.
Stop filled.
We're getting knocked out of
Order filled.
That's GC. So we're getting knocked out of GC. We are getting filled on some of the NQ. So, and then what you can do is obviously you can just kind of change the style of it. So you can change the different colors. I mean, it's a really pretty cool program. You can change the mind map type. So you can see there's different logs. You can do org charts, timelines, fishbone. So you could do this. And then if you've never done these things, these are pretty cool. These are matrices. But I won't get into that because that would take me, I would get excited about it and just go down a rabbit hole. But like, then you can just do this, and it's just tab over. You have a subtopic, and you can say, I should, you know, whatever. And then you can color everything. So it's a pretty, you know, it's good to, if you like to visually think and kind of organize your ideas, it's kind of a good tool if you've never used it. There's 7 or 8 of these different, or there's more than that. There's probably like 20 of these kind of mind map tools. Like Xmind is, I've used them all. You can find some free ones, but Xmind to me is the one that's most powerful, or the easiest to use, the most powerful, has the most features. So we're long there. We're up about 635. Okay, I'll do some BTC analysis. All right, thanks for asking. Bitcoin. Let's open up our Super Bitcoin chart. So members, you have access to this chart, by the way. Where's it at? BTC impulses. Members, you have access to this chart. Alphas, you have access to this chart. And what is this chart? It has everything you could ever want on Bitcoin. What do we have? We have all of the key important levels. If we open up the sidebar here, we can close down our key levels. We can open up all of our mid VCs. We can open up some of our measurements. We can look at crisis 2. We can look at our cycle VCs. We can see our anchored VWAPs. So you can see these are all the anchored VWAPs. We're in the middle of all of our anchored VWAPs. So like here, this VWAP here is the reds. That's the highs. And then the greens are the lows. So the reds are significant highs, and then the greens are significant lows. So you can see we're in the middle of all the significant low anchor VWAPs. from 2017. So this is just from what I call the all-time high mass awareness. And then we have various dates here. So, and I'll plug this just in case you're new here. I'm not plugging it, but I mean, it's awesome because I spent a lot of time on it and it doesn't get the love that it deserves. I've done a deep analysis on the third crisis that we're currently in with Bitcoin. I call it the half-baked analysis. Free download, has 5 videos here you can watch. Tell you how to, I give you an example of something from the .com era. We break it down. And then in this document, we break down, we go through data, we share charts. I predicted the price level that we're at now. I predicted much of what's happening here. We talk about value channels. We talk about a lot of different things. It's free on my site. Just go there, the BTC tab. It's free download. You don't have to give me an email or anything. We use Google Trends to see if we can see significant highs and lows. You know, I talk about some of the key areas. I talk about the crisis. So anyways, you can check that out on your own. So let's go back to BTC. Let's turn off our lows so we can just see, and let's turn on our cycle VCs. Actually, let's look and see if we can turn this off, and let's see if we can. I want to see my key levels. Sorry, I want to turn on the key levels so we have that on. And then, where's our mid VCs? There we go. So we're going to do some deeper analysis here on Bitcoin because I haven't done it. The other thing that I have on my website too is that on my website I have Bitcoin and then I have the latest updated TA. So whatever's here is my latest thinking, and I need to do an updated one for this next month. So I will do an updated one. But this is my latest thinking, my latest, what I'm trading, what I'm swing trading on Bitcoin. So I swing trade Bitcoin and then I also stack Bitcoin because I think it's going to go above 100K. All right, so let's look at Bitcoin. Let's see what we can see here on Bitcoin. So the first thing is that it didn't spend a lot of time in this other previous value channel here. This value channel was significant because it did reject the RDA multiple times, but then it recaptured the RDA here. We're starting on the daily. Damn it, the NQ. Hold on, I got to look at this trade here. We were up pretty nicely there. Then now it sold off and it held. Okay, we got one more opportunity here for it to kind of go long. One more opportunity here for it to go long. Otherwise, we were up pretty decently on that. Didn't take an advantage of that. We'll see.
Where are my maps at?
Oh, the mind maps that I have?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I've given you those yet.
Or no, someone just asked in the general. Or
Oh.
the dead, I mean.
Oh no, I don't. I haven't released the mind maps yet. They're gonna be part of
Okay,
training. Yeah. So
Yeah, that's what I put in there. Okay, I just
Yeah.
want to make sure.
yeah, no, I haven't released those. And you know, I'm gonna try doing a training module with mind maps to see if that's like, I can use that as visuals, right? But I want it to be organized. So yeah, those mind maps aren't ready for public release yet. And then they're not gonna. I will release the mind maps. What I'm working on is making them so that they're like, you can have it on the website, so you can actually open things up and like it's you can use it, or not use it, but you can browse it, I guess, and open up all the little tabs and stuff. But I want that mind map to be a checklist. I want, you know, it's like something you download and then you create. You see, most of you that are watching probably don't have a written plan of your trades. Like you don't, like you haven't written down like, okay, this is the type of stop losses I do. This is like this mind map will be translated into a business plan to adopt the Rexdog trade system. Yeah, no, my posts on ChatGPT are now in the Discord. For your instance, Teton is the order routing service used by Sierra. Yeah, I use Teton for Sierra. So Sierra, you know, Sierra charts, you know, the Teton routing is really great. Like I said, there's multiple reasons why we've moved to Sierra, but we're moving to Sierra. let's continue our Bitcoin analysis now that we're kind of in. I'm going to watch this trade from not afar, but I need to watch this trade even though we're only in 4 lots. Actually, I should probably just protect this trade now because it did hold up there on that RDA. So we're going to put in trailing stops here on this trade. That way I don't have to watch it. I can just let it do its thing. As I talk like a 90s rapper. Maybe that's an 80s rapper. Don't sell off. I want to make some money on this thing. Come on, man. Don't sell off there. I'll give it a little bit more room. We'll risk taking a loss on that thing. All right. Well, let's look at Bitcoin. All right. So one of the things we need to draw here is let's draw some of our value channels here. So let's start drawing some value channels because I haven't updated the value channels on this chart yet. So stick with me as I draw value channels and you'll see the value in value channels. Sorry, I'm just checking out the trade. Let's open up this and then let's use our GAN tool because that's what we use to draw our value channels. Well, I'll just use this one here. No, we use the Fibonacci tool here. Okay. All right. So we're going to grab this here. So this is organized, just so you know, like this chart, like I said, this is a chart that members have access to. Like you can download, you can create your, or you can edit it, create your own. It's updated. Obviously I haven't updated the value channel, so let's create this value channel. Let's go through here and then we'll set the date. Like this is something members just get just because I do it, because I trade Bitcoin. We don't have any excess there, so we need to decide if this value channel is going to have excess or not. I don't think it needs it. Yeah, so we'll do this here. Value channel ends here, and the value channel really starts right around here. So we do have some upper excess there. Okay. So here's the process that I go through. And I'm sorry if this is extremely bored for you, but you asked for it, so you're getting it. This is actually a significant value channel. Why? Well, what happened as the result of this value channel? Everybody should be raising their hand and say it recaptured the RDA on the daily. Also, you should be saying this value channel actually switched momentum right here. January 6th, 2023. Official switch of momentum. Now, it has not lost momentum. Well, it kind of did here. But since it recaptured the RDA, it's kind of almost reliably held the RDA except for this one overshoot. So this value channel is relatively significant. The chart has told you that it's significant because of the actions of what this value channel did. So what that means is that 50% of this value channel is a pretty significant number. All right? Just sharing with you philosophy of how
Stop
we
filled.
do higher time frame, getting knocked out of the GC trade. We're up about $1,500 on the NQ trade. All of our stop losses are in profit. I think it's going to be momentum long for the rest of the day, possibly, or rest of the afternoon. Let's go back to Bitcoin. All right. So this value channel, let me do a check-in real quick. Is this value, or should I continue down this road? Do you want me to show you? This might take like 20-30 minutes. So do you want me to go on this road, or should I just save my breath and just give you a high level analysis? Like I can walk you through some of the thinking about how we trade our system and how we do higher time frame analysis. I just want to hear from at least a couple people that it's worthwhile. Otherwise, I'll just call the stream or just do a quick analysis and tell you what I think. Okay. 1 second. Let me take some coffee and some whiskey. No. All right. Sweet. Okay. So we've got a value channel. Now what a value channel is, I learned this concept. I don't remember the book that I read, but I believe in this concept because it actually, the way to look at a value channel is basically what you want to do is you want to capture 50% of a channel of value, I should find this dude's book, because his concept is good, but the way that he uses it, I think, is wrong. The way that he uses his own concept, I think, is wrong. It's pretty arrogant of me, I know. So what you want to do on a value channel is basically you want to try to capture where 50% there's trading on the bottom half equals the trading on the top half. Now, it's not an exact science, but it actually provides you with some key information about what the market has done as far as structure and key levels that to watch when the market comes back to these levels. But the other thing that you're looking for is what that value channel, what happened from there, right? That's the story of the chart. So, because this value channel resulted in finally, look at how many times the RDA, don't want that to happen. Should have been locked. Why was that not locked? So I don't know why that wasn't locked. Hold on. Oh, it's because this isn't locked. Okay. So look at how many times the RDA was tested. Look at how awesome the RDA is. I just got to sing its praises. Look at this. Lost the RDA. This is back when I called this lower level. Bam. Check the RDA, sold off. Check momentum, sold off. Check momentum, check the RDA, check the RDA, check the RDA, check the RDA, sold off. Well, what's significant about this value channel is the actual result of this value channel. Okay. So that means that this 50%, the chart is telling us, this is just how we read the system. The chart is telling us that this 50% of this value channel is important. Okay. So the first thing that we should do right now is we should take our yellow line and we should earmark probably the end of this value channel here, because I like to start it where it's significant, which is where the momentum shifted. Okay. So a significant event happened here, a shift in momentum. Another significant event happened here where it recaptured the RDA, which was the June 2022 low. Okay. So we label all these. So I do apologize. I'm going to walk through this and we're going to call this
Stop filled.
momentum shift.
Stop filled.
Shift. We're getting knocked out of our. We're barely making any money on that trade. Maybe $300, $400 here. Yeah. It's going to hold up though. Momentum shift. What year is it? 2023. All right. That's what we're going to call it. I might rename it as we chart this out. Okay. So what does that mean? Why is that important? Well, if Bitcoin does sell off, that's going to be one of our significant levels that we're going to watch for a reaction. Okay. So we want that on the chart, because if it does sell off, 16,922 is going to be an area we're going to look to probably be a buyer. We're going to look to hold up. We're going to want that to hold up. We do not want to see a test of this November 2002 low. If it does, we don't want to see a test really of December 2017. That test has already been tested. So we really don't want to see another test of that. Ideally, from a structure standpoint, from a value channel standpoint, we want to see this momentum shift hold up. Okay. So the other thing that we do once we have this value channel here is then we measure it and then I label it. Okay. This is so I can always pull up this chart and it's updated and I have the data. The other thing that this data gets put into a spreadsheet and it gets calculated and then it gets captured for statistical analysis on Bitcoin. So that's 62 bars.
Stop filled.
We got stopped out of this NQ trade. I might re-enter here. 62 bars of this value channel here. 61 bars, we'll say. 61 bars. Let me make sure I have the right value channel. It's this one right here, right? Yeah. So what I do is I rename it, and I apologize, and I'm going to go through it. Well, we have to set the dates, so I have to figure out what the dates are. So we're November 2022 to January 23. So, like, you're seeing deep analysis of, because we'll take this data and then we'll transfer it. I haven't done it in a while, but we'll transfer it over to our spreadsheet, and then it'll help
Stop
us
filled.
recalculate things. Jan 23. Okay. And then we want to see the distance is 8.2%.
Stop field.
Okay? So that's actually a small value range. 8.2. And then that's 61 days. And then what we'll do is we put it in our key levels. Now, I'm not going to do this for all these just because you just saw how I did it. So I'm just showing you how I did it here. And I usually put it at the top because it's the latest one. Okay. I won't do the rest of them because there's no reason to kind of have you sit here and watch me do that slowly. But we'll then walk through what I would do next. The next thing I would do is I would do the same thing for this value channel here. So we have another value channel up here, and I'll just draw it real quick, but we're not going to go through actually relabeling it and everything else. I'll do that later. I'm going to save the chart so in case I mess anything up, copy, paste. And then this value channel is going to be a little bit interesting because we're going to have excess. So you're going to learn, if you're new to value channels, you're going to learn kind of about excess. So remember, what we're trying to do on the value channels, we're trying to capture, okay, like give us an idea of how long has it been in that range. And then do 50% of the trading. You know, this here is also a significant area here. So that's the other thing to watch. But it's already been tested. So this is what we call an impulse right here. This is an impulse range. Inflection point, I call it. I call this an inflection point. And then this inflection point, though, has already been tested. So it's no longer valid, meaning that it's held up. If it gets tested again, most likely it's probably going to fail. So that inflection point was tested here. So it's no longer a valid inflection point. It's already been tested. But when price was over here and it was selling off, we would have been watching this inflection point for it to hold up like it did, which would have been a great swing trade. So we don't include the inflection point there because it's a special case. But this is how I would draw this value channel here. So we have upper excess and we have lower excess. And then we're currently in a value channel as we sit right now. We're in a value channel that's being developed. Now, you're wondering, what's the value of the value channel? What's the value of a value channel? The value of a value channel is, let's go to our Bitcoin document. Let me just show you. Let me see if I can find it. We have statistics on how long value channels last. We have statistics on, and I apologize if I'm walking through this. It's been a while since I know exactly. So here we go. So average range of value channels on Bitcoin since we measure important
Order
value
filled.
aspects of it.
Order filled.
Is 14%, 24 days. Upper excess is 3. Lower excess is -5. Micro ranges are 1.35. That's actually a pretty important number. The average time between 10% days is 41 days. Okay. There's 25 meaningful highs. I could go through all this information. We don't need to go through it. You can read it yourself. So let's see where we're at in the current value range as it sits. Let's just kind of see where we're at. Let's see. We've been in this value range for 39 days. So about the average. So given that we're about the average, one or two things are going to happen based on just this analysis here. Well, first up, momentum-wise, we're momentum long. It held the RDA. We know that we've got a really strong level here. Everybody's watching that 30,481. If you look and see where is the projection areas as far as like the Rex dog system, what does it project? It projects at least that there's probably going to be a push up to like this area here, right around 32,874. Now, the other thing you can do with a value range is that you can use it as obviously the next impulse. So you say, okay, here's the value range 11.6. Does that align with what we see here? It does. So see how it closely aligns. Let me make that perfect. So it kind of closely aligns with what the extreme band of the RDA tells us, this overall range. So when you identify value ranges here, what you can use it as a projection range as well, in conjunction with the yellow line that you see here, which is And I did go long on the NQ again, so I went long again, just so you know. So this is what we're looking for, is we're looking for congruent. I only trade charts. Like, that's all I trade. I mean, I do trade fundamental stuff in Bitcoin, right? But like, I only trade charts, okay? So I'm making my decisions on exactly what I'm showing you here, okay? I bought down here. I wanted to buy really heavy at the RDA, and I only got some of my fills for a swing trade on Bitcoin because I was trying to go heavy at the RDA. So I was holding out for the RDA. I was holding out for an overshoot of the RDA, and it didn't happen. I was really upset at Bitcoin that it actually didn't pick me up, and I didn't want to chase the trade. So as far as a higher term analysis from just the daily perspective right now, we are bias long, we're momentum long, we're buying any pullback, we're using the 240, we're using the 4 hour for structure, and we're using that for pullbacks, and we're pulling and we're buying at key areas with the expectation, based on what I just outlined here, is that we're probably going to see a test up to 32,874. That's where we'll start taking some profit. That's where I sit right now. Now, the next thing we do, remember I told you earlier, or if you were on the stream earlier, if you want to be a trading god, trading deity, you trade the 4-day, okay? What does the 4-day tell us? Well, the 4-day tells us that this range here is extremely important, 303536, okay? So that's your most important level. What's your most important down level? So, you know, if you want to simplify your trading, this is one of the things the Rexdog system does for you. And if you want an awesome system, you should join Discord. Ask me how to get started today. Because what I teach is basically you should always know your immediate upside and downside reaction zones, and you should be able to see it within 10 seconds of a chart. One of the powers of the system is that basically it tells you, like with the indicators, as you get used to looking at them, you don't have to spend time looking at charts. You can look at yourself in the mirror instead of looking at charts. So if you adopt the Rexdog system, you immediately see the most important levels that you need to be mindful of. That is one of the powers of it. So what this level right here is most important, 30476 or so. And then the downside level at the bottom of our value channel is the most important level, 27678. That's all we need to care about. I can guarantee Bitcoin's going to hit one of those levels. I can guarantee it. Of course. I mean, you can say, yeah, it's going to go up or down. Yeah, well, okay. But I can guarantee when it hits one of those levels, it's going to react. And it's either going to react small and break it, or it's going to react through it and hold it. I can guarantee that. We also have the mixed 200 up here, okay, on the 4-day. But we also see that the 4-day gives us a little bit higher projection zone here. So, which is right around the January 2022 key day level. And then we have a May 2022 4-day key level, okay? So this whole zone here is rather important. This whole zone here is where if you're long Bitcoin, you probably should be I'm going to be taking profits. Just because I would expect some kind of sell-off. I would expect, now, see, this is something like if you haven't been trading Bitcoin for any amount of time, this happens often. It comes up, impulses up, and then it has these sell-offs where basically it sells off, 30%. It's common in Bitcoin. It hasn't been common recently. Stupid NQ is not moving.
Stop filled.
It's just ranging out. I mean, we're entering good, so I'm making profit, but it's just pissing me off that it's not moving. See, it's knocking me out on the trailing stops, and it's just not moving. I mean, we're in the middle of lunch session, so what do I expect, right? So, we're on the right chart? Yeah. So, Bitcoin routinely does these 30% moves in 8 days. So, if it gets up here, I would expect that's what I'd be looking for. I might be wrong. Here's the other 4-day level that's actually pretty important that I should have on here. This 4-day level, I should put this on here, so I'll put a note to put that on here. Actually, I'll just put it on here, and then I'll say, because I'm recording and I value your time, so I don't want to like add note. I value your time and I don't want to waste your time. So that'll remind me to add a note. So if Bitcoin gets up here to this range, I would be looking for a sell-off at least down to here. 23,945. That's what I'd be expecting. If that doesn't happen, like look, that's what I'd be expecting. Now I'd be looking at the 240, I'd be looking at the 60, and then if the 240 rolls over and the 60 rolls over, then it's on. But I trade charts. I project, and then when the chart unfolds in that area, then we trade whatever happens. Like, we don't argue with the chart. We trade charts. That's what we do. But that's the extent of my analysis. I mean, at this point in time, there's no reason why I wouldn't be buying on any pullback with the I mean, you got to buy in the right areas, obviously. But I know this is a busy chart, but I mean, pretty much. Now, if we turn on some additional stuff, like let's look at our anchored VWAPs and let's see where we're at on the anchored VWAPs, just to kind of see from our highs and our lows. It's going to get really ugly here, like really busy. So so the other thing that it has to accomplish, now this is something that you'd want to watch. The last anchored VWAP that we have, the greens are significant lows, the reds are significant highs. The last significant low and significant high anchored VWAP is right in this zone that we just identified. So the way to look at anchored VWAPs is basically that's the aggregate basis of people that have bought Bitcoin at this higher level, okay? So you can bet that there's people that are going to be making serious decisions when they bought Bitcoin above 30K, 35K, whether or not they want to just break even. Now, if it gets above these anchored VWAPs and it tests them like it has, it could rip. And my prediction on the next rip of Bitcoin is that you're not, as a retail person, you're not going to be able to get in. You will be able to buy fake digital Bitcoin, but you will not be able to for at least 3 or 4 days, maybe longer, you won't be able to offboard Bitcoin unless you are with a couple key OTC places and a key other places. That's just my I don't ask me why I think this, okay? It's just that's just my prediction on how the next run of Bitcoin is going to happen. The next impulse up is going to be so fierce on Bitcoin that you're not going to get an opportunity to purchase Bitcoin at the price that you want. That's my, like, don't ask me why I have that thought. Don't ask me. It's just from my being in the market since 2016, me doing just analysis, me going down conspiracy theories, me wearing, my underwear on my head with a tinfoil hat, whatever you want to attribute it to. That's just my belief in what's going to happen on the next impulse up on Bitcoin. I think there's going to be a period of 4 to 7 days where the average person is not going to be able to offboard. You'll be able to buy it maybe, but you're not going to be able to offboard it to your own wallet. That's just, I could be completely wrong. Like, I want to be wrong, but that's when Bitcoin becomes a big boys and big girls club. They want, I truly believe the next phase of Bitcoin is to turn it into a big girls and big boys club, meaning that it's just the big capital player. I mean, you could still buy it, right? But the dream of owning one Bitcoin is going to be out of the reach of 85% of the populace. If you don't already own it. That's just out of all the fundamental and technical analysis I've done, there's something in my gut telling me that that's how it's going to operate. So, I believe in Bitcoin. I love the idea of Bitcoin. I like cryptocurrency. I believe in freedom. It's one of the reasons why I trade. If I haven't shared my why and you're new here, my why I get up every day, I have terminal cancer. Why I get up and do this is because one of the things I want to do is I want to create 6 to 8 people that create generational wealth that have a similar mindset that are going to protect freedom into the future. You might think that I'm insane. I don't care. That's my why. Okay. Otherwise I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't have a deeper why. That's why I came back when I ghosted. is because I believe we're born free, and I believe that the only way that we're going to stay free is if that we have people of means of high capital wealth that are going to protect freedom throughout their generation. So you can believe me or not. That's my why. That's one of my whys why I do this. It's one of my whys. Of course, my nephew now coming on board, he's going to be part of that. He's part of that future. I got other family members that are coming on board. The alphas,
Sir.
you are part of that. What's up?
I was saying yes, sir.
Yeah. So, like, that's like, I talk often about having a deeper why. Like, that's why I'm not on a yacht out traveling the ocean. I mean, we're taking vacations and stuff here this summer, and we're doing stuff and everything else. But like, you want to know my deeper why, like what drives me? That is what drives me. Like, so, and I don't make any apologies for it. I believe in it. I believe we're born free, and I don't like the way that history's going. And if I can find a way, that's the best way I can think about how to affect future history is to provide generational wealth for 6 to 8 individuals that believe in freedom. And I believe we attract those type of individuals within our group. So did the Bitcoin, did this analysis help anybody? Any other questions before we call it a stream? Yeah, so it's $9.97 to join. $997 one-time fee. You get access to all indicators, any training I add, everything else. Why it's $9.97? I just want a financial commitment that I think is serious enough that you're going to take it seriously. I don't believe in free. I don't believe people value free. So I charge $9.97. I used to charge 0.03 Bitcoin, whatever Bitcoin was. But now it's $9.97. Take crypto or fiat. And you just can't join. I like to talk to you before, but just to make, I mean, it's just more questions to get an understanding. Do you have the right mindset? Like, I don't want anybody that, like, I've only denied people that I think have the cash machine mentality where they're just looking for a button to push. Like, I want someone to understand that it takes grit to become a trader, even though I'm giving you the single best trade system that's ever been developed on the planet. I say that, I mean, I believe it, but I know I sound arrogant a lot, but I'm very proud of what I've created. What is the mindset? I believe if you're watching this, you've already self-selected yourself, because the way I operate and the way I talk and the videos that I create and how I trade, I believe you've already self-selected yourself to be one of those people that I want to roll with. That when we officially go stealth, that you're one of those people that I want to roll with. My nephew. I've one of the things I revealed to Tony is there's a lot of intention around what I do, right? And like, I think he's picked up on that. I mean, right, Tony? I mean, you've picked up on the intention.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So like, some of this is an accident, but a lot of it comes from my heart, but a lot of it is intentional. Like, for instance, the last video I did on YouTube, I could have done that in 20 minutes. I intentionally kind of did it that way in 2 hours, because the type of person that is going to have the right mindset and is going to be the right person to be a successful trader and to execute and take the Rex Dog system and make it better than it is. See, that's my intention, is that you take the system and you make it better than it is. You make it your own. Like, I want you to do that. So you're self-selecting yourself. I know it sounds odd, but I believe you self-selected yourself. If you're still here watching, if you're still listening to me and you resonate with me, you self-selected yourself. So that to me is just one of the checks. Like, and then from there, it's just a matter of, I just want to make sure you just don't have false expectations. And then like I said, I've only denied like 5 or 6 people just because it was obvious that they just like, so for instance, one person saw my stream, saw that I made like $30,000 or $20,000 that day and said, hey, like, I want to do exactly that. I'm just like, how many videos of mine have you watched? Like, did you just get introduced to me? It's like, yeah, I just saw it today. I want to do whatever you do. I'm like, well, you know, actually take a look at my YouTube, look around a little bit, be on the Discord server a little bit, you know, take a couple days, and then I never heard from the dude again. Okay. So that's a prime example. Like, I just, so I mean, I can't say any more because I've said it all. If that makes, like you said, it makes sense. So yeah, if you resonate, I'd love to have you on board. And as you can see, I show up every single day. Me and my nephew show up every single day. We have some really amazing things we're working on. We're consistently showing up every day. We answer questions. We're here. You see me trade live. It's not like, oh, sorry, I'm not showing my trades. I apologize. We're up $2,300 on this trade here. I share my P&L. So if you want to see my P&L, it's on my website. All you have to do is go to Rex Dog Trading, and then I share my P&L. And then all this P&L that you see here, just this 2023, pretty much you can track through streams. So like you can see it. This is me trading when I had chemo, when I was on chemo. So like if a dude can make $6,000 while on chemo, that's not bad. That's a pretty awesome system, I would say. But I do appreciate I appreciate everybody. Thanks for joining the stream. If you have any questions whatsoever, the best thing to do is join Discord. Look, we answer questions. So like, you know, the other day I said, hey, send me some tickers. I'd love to, you know, so I went through about 5 or 6, 7 tickers and did some higher time frame analysis. I was going to turn them into ideas, but once again, that just takes more time. As far as, let's just look at the market as we kind of wrap up here for the session right around noon. The system told us, I was trading the system today. You know, I'm pretty proud of myself so far. I wasn't fighting the system except for gold. I wanted to be an idiot in gold. But I've been trading the system, pullbacks. It's been, look, from the time that it recaptured the day open, it recaptured bias, and it recaptured momentum. The only trade was momentum and bias trades going long. Yeah, so it's I'll put in the website here. I'll just link right to the P&L page, and then like there's FAQs. You're gonna have to read a little bit, but so there's my P&L. But then like if you go to the main page here, this explains the trade system. Nothing fancy, no Lambos, nothing like that. And then there is the Trade Room Alpha goes into a little bit more detail about some of the philosophy of the trade system and kind of like what we do and everything else. So, and then I have over 200 videos on YouTube. So let's look at the market. Let's see what we can see. So looks like we might get taken out. Crude oil, you know, we already talked about the oil. I will be sharing. So we're at a level right now. Well, actually, we're not. Crude oil, it's really a sell. It's either buying up to, well, crude oil is at a momentum check on chart 4, but I think the RDA check at 75.87 is the better trade. So I'm actually going to put an entry there.
Stop filled.
We got stopped out of one of our NQ trades, sorry. We'll put this below the RDA. It's noon, so we expect some increased volatility at noon. So that is the crude oil buy zone, right around the RDA on the 5-minute as well, for then a push up to 77.20. Gold, I'm not even going to talk about gold because I haven't been trading.
Stop filled.
Got knocked out of our NQ trade again. We're only up $300. Probably an opportunity to go long here again. Probably. But, you know, it might be an afternoon sell-off, so I'd be a little careful here. Yeah, this is probably an opportunity to go long again. If you're trading the system, it's what happened yesterday, remember? If you looked at the chart yesterday, the 4-chart setup, you know, it exactly kind of aligned with that. Okay. Same pattern as yesterday, right? Chart 2 came back, did little overshoots on the RDA. That's where you bought, and then it held momentum all day. So that might be the same pattern rolling out today. So that's kind of how I'd maybe trade today, but not get too aggressive. Maybe wait for confirmation on chart 2. As far as like a green candle to recapture momentum or recapture the RDA. And then, well, we're not trading the OYM because I don't have the 4 chart set up. So I do apologize there. You don't need to have anything to join. So we don't. So one thing I should look and see if we can add the Thinkorswim indicators. No, you don't need anything. I mean, as far as broker wise, ideally, does Thinkorswim have tick charts? I think it does. I'll fire up Thinkorswim and I'll add it to the list. So, but because I haven't fired up Thinkorswim for a long time, but if Thinkorswim has, you want a broker that has tick charts. That's the one thing you want. So you want a broker that has tick charts because that's, you can still trade with time charts, but tick charts give you an extra superpower in trading. You have better confirmation. Capital cannot hide. One of the most important things that you want to do in your trade system is take time out as a factor. You want 1 or 2 of your charts to not be time based. Yeah, so I've heard this. So well, here's the thing. The trade system can trade anything, but you don't have. I need to understand Canada. What can you trade in Canada then? Because I talked to an attorney up there because we have a couple Canadians, and I'm waiting to hear back from them to see what the options are for trading futures up there. So he wasn't able to give me a definitive answer, so I might need to call another attorney up there. Like I said, I don't have to do that. I just I want to solve the issue for Canadians. What can you trade? And you can trade anything in the system. So the challenge is, do you have a pattern day trading rule in Canada? Like here in the United States for trading stocks? Yeah, so Forex and stocks, yeah. System works in Forex and stocks. But do you have a pattern day trading rule? And why can't you, there's no futures that you can trade in Canada? We need to solve this. I'm going to put this on the list. I'm putting this in Trello underneath operations so I don't forget about it. Add card, sorry. Solve Canada. That's what I put for my Trello list. Solve Canada. Or at least provide direction. Okay, so then you should be able to day trade stocks if you don't have a PDT rule. And then the system works the same as you would trade futures. It's just a matter of then, can you trade with margin to maybe increase your opportunity, or you just trade spot? So the system works the same no matter what you trade. I mean, it's not just for futures. So for instance, I'll just share this. I haven't shared this in a while. Where is this at? Let me make sure I have this. Stock fetcher. What the heck? 1 second, I apologize. I want to pull this up so you can actually see it. Oh, I don't think I can. Actually, I got to pull it up in this site because I can't stream on. So Stock Fetcher is the only scanner I use for swing trading, and I'm gonna pull this down so I can actually log in. So I've shown this before. Oh, look at that. We're only in one lot on the NQ. We got knocked out of all. I did say that I should have bought there, didn't I? We'll take $700, I guess. Why is it not logging me in? Okay, there we go. So I use Stock Fetcher for, I don't know if this is showing. There it is. I use Stock Fetcher for my scan. There's many different scanners, but for my actual, so for instance, here is one of my option scans. And then I have option here. Here's another option scan. And then that's my short option scan, and then this is my long option scan. So for instance, today Lunar popped up as far as a long options butterfly that I probably should have done. And then the short, we've got, how many shorts do we have? We have probably enough shorts that we could have picked. Probably this one right here, CPRT, would have been the one I would have picked if I was doing the options today. It depends on the flow or the deltas there. MG I probably would have done as well, and then probably TLK. If that does have if that was optionable. It should be optionable because it wouldn't show up here. So I'm just showing you the scanner that I use for my swing trades. So for instance, this is one of the scanners I use in the Nasdaq for identifying swing trades. And then I pick the best trade out of here, and you can see it already has the stop loss. It already has the various things for entry and everything else. So this Stock Fetcher is one of the best scanners that I found because you can really customize it. You can really do some great things. I also do a series of crosses where I have a scanner basically just tells me based on certain things, does it cross the $5? This one is the $4 cross. So these are low floats, but if you trade these right, it's like trading cryptos. It's just kind of like you arbitrarily trade them. And I know this is probably going, most people, you didn't ask for this, but I just went down this rabbit hole. So like, I'm just sharing that, this is the system interpreted trading options, trading stocks. I trade Forex long-term. I don't use any stop losses in Forex. So I trade Forex over a long-term basis. That's the way I like to trade Forex. So I said stocks are not good to day trade because of the pattern day trading rule. So because in the United States, you need 25 grand to day trade stocks. Plus the tax basis of day trading stocks compared to futures is different. Plus you have to do a scanner every day to see which stock's going to move, where in the United States, we can trade futures. So the only downside to trading stocks every day is that basically you have to have a scanner, or there's two ways to do it. Here's how I would do it. I wouldn't use a scanner. I would use a scanner and see if I could find one or two outliers. And then I would identify 18 different stocks that are guaranteed to move every day. And then I would trade those 18 stocks. Out of those 18 stocks, I'm guaranteed to have a mover. And what I'd do is I'd divvy up industries. So I'd have 4 in one industry, 4 in another industry, 4, so that pretty much every single day you'd be guaranteed to have a mover, and just watching 18 stocks. And then I would infill that with a scanner that would give me outliers. That's what I would do if I day traded stocks. But I say don't, because here in the United States, we have a pattern day trading rule that you need to have 25K in your account to day trade stocks. Only, I think, what is it? Then you can only trade 3 a week or whatever the rule is, right? It's a dumb rule, but whatever. But with futures, you have leverage, you trade with leverage, and you don't have the rules. Plus the tax basis is different. So that's what I meant when I said I still trade stocks. Like I swing trade stocks. My average hold is about 7.5, 8 days. My average hold on a stock. And then on this scanner here, what I love about this scanner, one of the things I like about it is that, for instance, I can do our RSI negative change, and I can go back a week, or I can go back a day, and then it'll tell me, like this trade here, if I would have executed this, I'd be up 3%. I would have been up 4%. This trade here would have almost hit my stop loss. But you can see here, I can see the scan, and I can see how it does just from a day ago. I can go back the previous day on Wednesday. I can see the opportunities that it gave me. So if I would have been in this trade, I'd be up 6%. This one here, I probably would have been out because it didn't move. So like this scanner only provided 5 opportunities that day, and then pretty much 3 of these were up at least over 1.5%. I haven't looked at the pullbacks and stuff to see, but we can see that this one's starting to move here, 7%. So I don't know. Like I said, I know I just kind of went off on a tangent, but I was just trying to share with you, like, do I have my own platform? No. Like my own scanner? No. I wouldn't create my own scanner. There's no reason to. We are, like I said, we're moving to Sierra charts, so that we can do some fancy stuff. But beyond that, no, we don't have our own platform or anything like that. All right. Well, I think that's any other questions, then I can answer. Otherwise, I'm going to have to call it a day. We're only up in one lot there on the NQ. I should have bought that on that pullback. I said the system told us to buy it, and I didn't buy the system. Look at that. Gold's tempting me to sell it again. It's tempting me. We did not. This buy is invalid now here on crude oil. I don't know. I probably will continue to trade in the afternoon here and there, but we got other things to do. And if I do, I'll share my trades in Discord. So if you haven't joined Discord, you want to join Discord down below. If you have any other questions, you can join Discord. You can ask. As far as that, anything else we need to add, Tony? Anything else I need to? Outstep. Is it hard to become a trader? I'm a beginner. Yeah. I mean, it's not easy. The question I would ask, or here's what you need to. The first thing you need to answer is, do you have a strong enough why? And this is going to sound so weird, okay? So Outstep on YouTube asked, is it hard to become a trader? I'm a beginner. Yes, it's hard to become a trader. If it was easy, everybody would do it and everybody would be rich on a yacht, like I said, with 6 supermodels, It's hard. And here's why it's hard. Because I can give you a system that's highly effective, right? But you have to just listen to me here, okay? Like, I'm going to give you the answer to whether or not you should pursue trading, okay? I'm going to give you the answer right now. After this stream ends, this is going to sound odd, and you're going to feel weird doing it, okay? You need to go to a mirror, and you need to look yourself in the eye, and you need to ask yourself whether or not you lie to yourself, whether or not you're currently living a lie. You need to look yourself in the eye, not break contact with yourself, and ask yourself, am I living a lie? Do I lie to myself? And if there is any hesitation that you are lying to yourself about anything in your life, you probably can't be a successful trader. Because to be a successful trader, you have to know yourself at such a deep level, because it's you against the world, it's you against the market, and no one else is going to be there telling you what to do. No one else is going to be there forcing or making sure you're not making dumb mistakes. No one is going to be there when you're emotionally trading. You have to be able to self-correct yourself. You have to be able to look inside yourself and not lie to yourself. So if you lie to yourself, a lot of people live in dream reality. I mean, you see these people all the time. They think they're going to maybe win the lottery. And so they just kind of live in their life like somehow they're going to win the lottery in the future, right? So I'll just be upfront. If you are lying to yourself, save yourself some time, do something else. Because trading is not really about the system that you're trading. It is. You have to trade it with conviction. But if you don't know yourself, if you can't self-correct yourself, if you can't be honest about the mistakes you make every single day, because here's the thing about trading. You don't get positive feedback. You get so much negative feedback, it at times will make you ball up like a little bitch and cry. Like, I hate to be harsh about it, but that's really how it is. I mean, I've shared this story before. I'm not proud of it. Last account I blew up, I picked up a monitor and I threw it against the wall. Like, I threw a monitor against the wall. And then, I've shared this story before. I kind of recovered, barely. I got Rex. We got in the car. We went to this little town down the road, and I looked him in the eyes and I said, am I lying? Am I an elite trader? And from sitting next to that fountain in that little town that I go by every now and then, that moment I said, I'm not going to lie to myself anymore. I am already an elite trader. It just hasn't happened yet. I need to make it happen. I've already said it in the future. I'm an elite trader. But I was lying to myself. I was getting up every day and I was making the same dumb mistakes. I was not properly journaling. I wasn't properly doing what it takes to actually be a trader. I was expecting that I was just magically going to get up one day and it was just going to all fall in place, but I was continually to make the same mistakes. And, you know, that's, like I said, after I've gone through the tremendous growth that it takes to become a trader. Like, I don't know any trader that wouldn't tell you otherwise, that you have to know yourself, because it's one of the few things.
Stop field.
We got stopped out of the NQ. It's one of the few things where it's just you. And here's the other thing that you're going to realize too. And this is, I'm just going to share you ahead of time. Everybody, no one's going to believe you. No one's going to believe you're going to succeed. Everybody, and when you do make it, because of the Wolf of Wall Street, they think you're selling penny stocks. They think you're selling pink sheets. They think you're doing something illegal. They think, you know, they just want you to fail. Even your best friend, you know, like, and when you make it, your best friend will want to come on board, but your best friend won't be able to do the work because your best friend is lying to themselves. Like, I'm just telling you, that's the way it is. So, yeah, if you can look yourself in the, that's the first check. The other thing is if you have a deep enough why, meaning I don't care what your why is. It could be that, you know, you want 10 Lambos. I don't care what the why is. If you have a deep enough why and you don't lie to yourself, yes. Doesn't matter if you're a beginner. You know, we have a lot of beginners that start in our system. So the system, you know, it is an advanced, I expect you to advance rather quickly, but we show up every day. Actually, if you go on YouTube, there is a series where I teach my nephew how to trade. We start from reading charts, so you can go through those videos on YouTube. It's if you go to my channel on YouTube, there's a playlist teaching my nephew how to trade. We start from ground zero. I sit down with him. The audio sucks, so I do apologize. But like, I sit down with him. We talk about candlesticks. We talk about support and resistance. We move on, and then eventually we move into the system. So if you go, so here's what I would suggest. Go to the YouTube channel, go through the Nephew Elite playlist, watch those. If you resonate with the teaching, if you resonate then, you know, DM me on Discord and say, how do I get started? Because if you've gone through that, then at least you resonate with the style that we teach. But before you even do that, you need to do the gut check and you need to look yourself in the mirror. And I know it sounds cheesy. You know, you probably want to do it alone. If you got dogs and cats, it's fine. They're not going to judge you. They still might look at you weird. But like, I mean this from, how's my nephew doing? I don't know, Tony, how are you doing? Are you there? So I don't know. So he's, so here's the other thing that I demand, or is that before you trade live capital, you have 10 green days in a row on demo. And then you trade live capital. You should have 10 green days in a row, and then you trade live capital. And then if you trade live capital and you lose money, well, that means that you have some kind of psychological problem with trading live money. So then you do 3 days in a row. You go back and you do 3 demo until you have 3 green demo days. Like, I've developed a selection process, and the mindset is built into the system. It's not built in as deep as I want it. So that's why we're having the mindset. But what I just told you as far as the mindset, like, if you can't, like, I mean this, if you are lying to yourself, you're not going to be a successful trader, because you're going to go broke. You're either going to drive yourself insane, or you're going to go broke if you're not being honest with yourself. You're going to be a successful trader. Like, this is another thing I learned. Like, the way I deal with cancer, the way I deal with kind of having this terminal disease. The other thing I haven't shared with you, my wife got pancreatic cancer last year as well. We both were getting chemo treatment at the same time. She's had major surgery for pancreatic cancer. Like, you know, we've been through some shit the last year, right? Well, if I wasn't a trader, I don't think I could have handled this, because I had to know myself at such a deep level to become a successful trader that I'm able to analyze just about, I already kind of been this way, but actually being able to analyze any situation from a objective manner, from a trade perspective, like I think I would have gone insane if I wouldn't have been a trader based on the things that we've had to deal with the last 2 years, right? So like firsthand, I haven't shared much of this stuff. Firsthand, I can tell you, like, if you can be honest with yourself, then the question of like, is it hard to become a trader? It's a lot easier. But if you're lying to yourself, it's near impossible. My nephew, I think, he's had his 10 days, but he's still dealing with some. I think he's still aggressively trading, so he's working on aggressively trading. But he shares his P&L. So on the Nephew Elite channel, if you guys are in Discord, he shares that in the Nephew Elite channel. So Presser shared this quote. This quote applies to traders as well. If 100 men go to war, 10 shouldn't be there. 80 are just targets. 9 do most of the fighting. 1 is the warrior. It's a really good quote, Presser. So thanks for sharing that. So let me read it better. So if 100 men go to war, 10 shouldn't be there. 80 are just targets. 9 do most of the fighting. And 1 is a warrior. So here's the thing. You're either part of that 10. Okay? Meaning that you're one of the 9 that do most of the fighting, which you still have a chance to be a successful trader. Or you decide you're a warrior and you're an elite trader. You decide. I don't make the decision for you. You decide. Like, you decide, Tony shared with me, he's Marine. I've heard this now I've seen it now, but someone goes black, in combat, like, and they got to get rid of them because basically they just go black, they blank out, right, in combat. Well, if that's you, if you go black, well, then you're not the warrior. But you know whether or not you have the warrior spirit inside you to become a trader. You know it. You either, like, you wouldn't be going down this path if you didn't feel it, but you know whether or not you're lying to yourself, okay? So I don't mean to be harsh, but if you're lying to yourself, dude, there's nothing I can do. I can give you the best system in the world. You're going to fuck it up. So I don't mean to swear, but I mean, like, you're going to, like, if you're mentally not there and a warrior for this stuff, you're going to mess it up. I mess it up. Like, I trade against the system. So, like, that's one of the things you're seeing me is deal with my last trading bad habit. Me trading against the system. I'm actually pretty proud of my trading today because I didn't fight the system. I traded the system. So which came first, the epiphany you are an ultimate trader or the diagnosis? I'll share with you one of the things that's going to be in the book, okay? And this is going to be out there, so some of you I'm probably going to lose some of you here, okay? You need to hack time. Time is an illusion, just like money is an illusion. Time is an illusion, okay? So when I sat on that fountain and looked, I don't know if Rex has a superpower, but when I looked Rex in the eye and I said, I'm an elite trader, I put in future time that I was already an elite trader. I hacked time. I already believed in my heart and everything in my being that I was an elite trader. Now, what the universe did then, and I'm going to lose some of you, is that the universe checked in with me every single day. And the universe said, okay, this is one possible outcome for your fate, and it's reserved for you. But I'm going to check in with you every single day, and I'm going to see whether or not you're going to do the work to actually, whether or not time, the future, whether or not this is in stone or whether or not I erase this. It's going to check in with you every single day. I don't care if you're on vacation, if you're in the Himalayas, I don't care where you're at. Once you make that decision that you've set in future time, you've hacked time, that you are an elite trader, you've said that I'm willing to do whatever it takes to become an elite trader, the universe is going to check in with you every single day, no matter where you're at. And if you don't affirm every single day that you're going to do whatever it takes, you're not going to give up, the universe is going to erase it for you. It's going to put another time. It's going to, that future that you created is going to be erased. I know that's like out there for some people, but that's when it changed for me. When I already knew it was already predestined. So I know other traders that have had a similar experience. That's how they got there. I know one trader that had gone broke 4 times when trading. And when he finally had that similar type of experience, he stopped doing the same stupid mistakes he was doing every day. He stopped drinking. He stopped making the same dumb mistakes. He stopped yelling at his trading platform. I mean, I still do that every now and then. And he started trading the way that a trader should trade, right? You can't miss a day. And it might just be a second. The universe might just check in for a second. But you've got to have that commitment every day. I mean, that doesn't mean you have to trade every day. I'm just saying that you have to have that belief, because trading is one of the hardest things, because if you're not part of a prop firm or you're not part of a trading group, you're alone. You're alone by yourself. And you're banging your head against the wall. What's so stupid about trading is that in real time, you see yourself making stupid mistakes and you can't stop yourself. Once you get over that hurdle, then you've got, but there's today, prime example, I saw the weekly open of gold holding, and I saw it holding twice, 3 times, and I said I should reverse, or I thought I should reverse, but no. In real time, I knew what I should do, but I had convinced myself that gold was just going to sell off today. I don't know why I convinced myself of that. So I took about a $2,300 loss on gold that I didn't have to take because some dumb reason, right? So like I said, I'm still making stupid mistakes every single day. It's just my mistakes are less detrimental because I'm self-correcting them, and I'm not, then emotionally trading from that. So, yeah, and it's very, like you said, Les Fuel said, it's very lonely. You're alone. I'm fortunate that my significant other supports me. She doesn't care what I do as long as it's legal, as long as I just bring in money. She doesn't care, right? And she's supportive. But I have a couple trader friends that their wives are not supportive at all. I have one that every day tells him he's going to fail, but he actually pays for their trips. Every day, she still tells him, when is this going to run out? When are you going to, when are you going to lose it all? But they're taking trips. They're doing stuff. She has a nice house. She's got everything she wants. But every day, he's got to deal with her basically saying, when are you going to lose it all? When is this going to stop? And he's been a successful trader for 4 years. So it's what the, he loves her, but it's even someone that's supposed to be behind him, right? Be his rock, emotionally tries to destroy him. And I don't think she does it purposely, but maybe she's worried. I don't know. Like I said, so it's just what's VAS is the GOAT. But so have I ever told you the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting something to change? Vas. Oh yeah. Yeah. He needs to leave. Who needs to leave? Nephew Elite. Yeah, so I didn't plan to go on this not this tirade, but get down to this path. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it is a, but I also I believe that if you know in your heart, it's possible. So it's just like that stupid 4-minute mile thing, right? You hear that story. Like, no one thought it was possible. Then one dude did it, and then suddenly 10 other people ran the 4-minute mile, okay? Well, look, trading, there's plenty of examples of successful people. So you're not doing anything that's way out, you know? You just got to figure out, oh, yeah, no, I mean, I mean, yeah, I don't know about him leaving his wife. I mean, he's got kids and stuff, and they're happy. I mean, it's just, I think she's just fearful that she just doesn't believe that it's real, even though it like she just can't. I don't know. Like I said, I just, yeah, that's. I mean, that's on him. I'm not gonna give him advice on what he needs to do in his relationship, but just it's an example that I've seen that I just couldn't believe. Right? Like it's like she's benefiting from it every single day, but then she, but I think it's her. I think it's her way of coping with the fear that it's not real, and that it seems too easy. Like, because he goes to his little home office, his little man cave, similar to mine, and he trades. He doesn't yell. He doesn't scream. He doesn't get upset. Some days he loses money. Some days he wins money. Like 80% of the time he's green days, right? And then he comes out, like, doesn't matter if he lost money, made money, he comes out the same way, right? He goes in the office, he comes out the same way. And I think that, like, she just doesn't know how to deal with, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not going to psychoanalyze the whole situation, but it's just, oh no, I know it is unfortunate, but so that's the answer. It's like a 10-minute answer, but that's the truth. So, and you know what? I will share this. If you look in the mirror and you say, look, actually, this was a good check. I don't think I'm built for it. Great. You just eliminated one thing you don't have to focus on to have a happy life, right? You just said, okay, trading's not for me. Awesome. Go paint, go do something else. Like, there's like, and I don't mean that disparagingly. I'm like, go do something that you're passionate about and that you love, because you also need to be passionate about trading and you need to love it. You need to love being a speculator. Like, you have this huge opportunity for you to be a speculator. You got to really enjoy it. So I'll leave on a high note here, which is basically, first up, if you are interested, join Discord, send me a DM, ask how to get started, or visit the website, click on how to get started. But on a high note, you are living in a time where you have a tremendous opportunity to be a speculator and just you to pull capital from the market. If you were born 50 years ago, it would have been much harder. If you were born 100 years ago, it would have been near impossible. You live in a time where the technology exists with just a small amount of capital relatively and some grit, skill, and focus. You have the opportunity to be a single cowboy individual with a couple screens and to pull this magical thing we call money out of the air, basically out of the market, and put it into your pocket. Is it hard? Yeah, it's hard. But I mean, just 100 years ago, that opportunity didn't exist. 50 years ago, that opportunity. I mean, 10 years ago, it was still harder than it is today. It's easier than it ever has been. At the same time, it's hard. Meaning that the technology and everything, the opportunity is better than it's ever been as far as your opportunity. It's still hard, but like your opportunity to take advantage of it is easier than it's ever been in the history of mankind. Well, I don't know that. I mean, maybe we had an advanced society 600,000 years ago. Who knows? But that's me getting conspiratorial. Anyways, I appreciate everybody being here for the stream, and hopefully I didn't lose you too much into the high-minded mindset trading talk. I do look forward to seeing you next week. We will be in Discord, be sharing some of our updates here this weekend for content that's coming out, the new training that's coming out. I do want members to be able to vote on what we're going to work on next, so we'll be putting that together here in the next couple days. And so thanks everybody. Thanks Cristano, Conroy, everybody that commented and viewed. Looks like there might be a sell-off here, so we'll see. But I need to actually have lunch and just take a break. So thanks, everybody. We'll see you on the next stream. Let's go out like I usually go out.
Ha ha! I threw that shit before I walked in the room.
I love that saying. We'll do it on YouTube too.
Which one?
Ha ha! I threw that shit before I walked in the room.